Thank you, Councillor Rossi. We're now live.
Okay. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to an online meeting of RBKC Licensing Subcommittee, and thank you all for attending. My name is Councillor Marie-Thérèse Rossi, and I will be chairing this meeting. It is being held via Microsoft Teams, and it is also being streamed live. The committee for this hearing comprises myself, Councillor Doris Schmetterling, and Councillor Abdullah Noor. Councillors, could you please introduce yourselves? And I think the way we'll do it is when people are speaking, they can have their cameras on, but then when they stop speaking, they can turn them off. So Dori first.
Good morning. I am Dory Schmetterling, and I'm councillor in Pembridge Ward, and might as well use the opportunity, I have no interest to declare.
Councillor Noor.
Good morning, all. My name is Abdullah Noor. I'm councillor at Golborne Ward. I have no interest on this case.
Okay. We are joined also remotely by Paul Phelan from the council's licensing team. Mr. Phelan.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Present.
Our legal officer, Lindsay Le Mesurier.
Present, Chair.
And also our committee officer, Anne Wright. Anne will be monitoring all of our connections, and she will help us if we have any technical problems. Anne?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Councillor.
And she is supported by Gareth Ebenezer, Tom McColgan, and Yasmin Jama. All present? Okay. Before we start the hearing for this case, there are a few rules. Keep your microphones on mute until you're invited to speak, and make sure your mobile phones are on silent. Oh, and you can keep your cameras on when not speaking if you wish, unless we run into connection problems. Okay. Please note that the Teams chat function is not monitored, so please do not use it. Everyone should have received the procedure for this meeting regarding the use of cameras and how to get back in if you lose a connection. So the case before us today is to grant a licence for White Lounge Basement, 11 Beecham Place, London SW3 1NQ. I confirm that I have no declarations of interest. We've heard from Councillor Schmetterling and Councillor Noor, so I'm going to call on Lindsay to make a declaration.
Thank you, Chair. A bit unusual. I'm not a decision maker, so I ordinarily would not make any declarations, but for the sake of transparency, I just need to make it clear that my children went to school with the Bilal's children. The Bilal's were the previous premises licence holders. I haven't seen the Bilal's for several years. I haven't spoken to them about this case, but I do know them. That's all I just wanted to just make clear.
Okay, thank you. So we need to elect a substitute chair in case my connection goes down. The quorum for this committee is 2, and I am nominating Councillor Schmetterling to be appointed as the substitute chair. Councillor Noor, can you second this?
Yeah, I second it.
Thank you very much indeed. So I confirm that Councillor Schmetterling has been appointed substitute chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks.
So for clarity, I will outline the procedure of the meeting, which has been already circulated with the papers. First, the licensing officer, Mr. Phelan, will give a brief outline of the application. Mr. Phelan?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Present. Apologies.
Okay, I will then ask the applicants, I will then ask Mr. Badr bin Yazim Al-Mashali to present his submission, and he will have a maximum of 10 minutes to do so.
Hi, good morning.
The questions will then be asked by members of the committee of the applicant. Then questions may be asked by each of the responsible authorities of the applicant. Can I just query something, Anne? After Mr. Phelan, do we not, as a committee, get a chance to question him?
Yes, you can, Chair. It's Lindsay.
We can. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair, it's Anne. There is someone waiting in the lobby. There's someone waiting in the lobby. I'm just going to let them in and ask them who they are because they just come up as a number.
Okay.
Sure.
So then we will turn to the police and PC Ian Davis, supported by his witness.
Is now joining.
PC,
Oh, hello, good morning. Could the person who's just joined by telephone please let us know who they are?
Alex.
Alex.
Jackson.
Could you spell that, please?
You're an objector in the case.
Sorry?
Sorry, you're an objector in this case, White Lounge?
I am, yes, but I'd like to just listen.
Okay, certainly. That's absolutely fine. I'm just letting the chair know.
Could we get the full spelling of the name, please? Full name.
Alex, A-L-E-X, Jackson, J-A-C-K-S-O-N.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Jackson.
Can we just confirm that Mr. Jackson does not wish to speak or participate? He's just going to hear, because he can speak if he wants to.
That is correct. Just want to listen.
Just want to listen. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So then we turn to the police, PC Ian Davis, supported by PC Ben TV. They will present their objections. They have 10 minutes as well. PC Davis and PC TV, could you confirm your attendance?
PCTV,
yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. PC Davis, police licensing. Thank you.
Okay, and then questions will be asked by members of the committee of the police, and then questions will be asked by the applicant of the police, and then questions may be asked by the three other responsible authorities of the police. Then next we come to the licensing authority, and that will be Mr. Colin Harry, supported by his witness, PC Gorge Redhill, and they will have 10 minutes again to present their case. Could you confirm your attendance, please?
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Colin Harry, Licensing Enforcement Officer. Yes, I am here.
Okay.
And good morning. It's Gurge Rehill, Police Constable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then the committee will ask questions of the licensing authority. The questions will be then asked by the applicant of the licensing authority, and then questions will be asked by the three other responsible authorities. Okay. Then we turn to noise nuisance. That will be presented by Mr. Winston Labar. He will also have 10 minutes. Can you confirm your attendance, Mr. Labar?
Yeah, Winston Labar here, present.
Okay, fine. So questions will then be asked by members of the committee of noise and nuisance. Then questions will be asked by the applicant of noise and nuisance, and then questions by the three other responsible authorities. Then we go on to trading standards. Miss Samantha Cowell will present her objection. She has also 10 minutes. Could you confirm your attendance, please?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I confirm my attendance.
Okay, then questions will be asked by members of the Committee of Trading Standards. then questions asked by the applicant of trading standards, then questions asked by each of the 3 other responsible authorities of trading standards. Okay. So at this point, we will then ask our legal officer, Ms. Le Mesurier, to deal with any questions she may have, for example, regarding conditions. Lindsay, you could confirm your attendance. And then we will finally turn to the governance team to see if there are any issues that have been raised that we need to consider. There will be no summing up and the meeting will end, and you will get a written, it doesn't say here, but the decision will be conferred to you in writing. How long before the decision is sent out, Anne?
5 working days, Chair.
5 working days.
Chair, yes, the summary decision will be sent out within 5 working days, and then the full decision will follow in due course.
Okay.
And because it's a bank holiday on Monday, it'll be by next Friday, the decision.
Okay, thank you. So just to remind everyone that the committee has read the papers, and so we don't have to go through, repeat the content of the papers, but please do draw our attention to certain points, and Anne will kindly move the cursor up and down the document so we can see where we are. So, starting with Mr. Phelan, could you please outline the case for us? Mr. Phelan.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. Today's application has been submitted.
Mr. Phelan?
He's muted his microphone.
You're muted.
Apologies, Chair. Sorry, apologies. Thank you. Good morning, all. Today's application has been submitted by Creative Shop Limited for the grant of a premises licence at basement level, 11 Beecham Place, London, SW3 1NQ. The premises previously traded with a premises licence which lapsed on the 17th of March 2020 when the licence was surrendered. The lapsed licence permitted sales of alcohol both on and off the premises, late night refreshment and recorded music indoors. A copy of the licence can be found at Appendix A, pages 6 to 14 of the main bundle. The application before you today seeks to sell by retail alcohol on the premises from 10 a.m. until 1 a.m. Monday to Sunday, late night refreshment both indoors and outdoors from 11 p.m. until 1:30 a.m. The applicant has confirmed the opening hours as 10 a.m. until 1:30 a.m. Monday to Sunday. A full copy of the application can be found at Appendix B on pages 28 to 37 of the main bundle, with the supporting plan attached to Appendix C on page 38. I can confirm that this application has attracted representations from the following responsible authorities: the Metropolitan Police, Environmental Health Noise Team, Licensing and Trading Standards. Copies of each representation has been attached to Appendices D through G, that is pages 40 to 117. The licensing team has also received an additional 3 representations which oppose this application. A summary of these representations can be found on pages 13 to 14, with copies attached to Appendix H, pages 118 to 121. I can confirm that a supplementary paper detailing complaints received between April 2020 and April 2022 was circulated to relevant parties on the 7th of June of this year and is available on the screen today. Council records indicate that no temporary event notices have been submitted during the preceding 12 months. That concludes a summary of this application. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, sorry, could I just ask, there's this beeping in the background, which sounds like a smoke alarm or something. I don't know, can we find out where that is? Because it's quite annoying, if I may put it like that. Do you know, can we determine where it's coming from?
No.
Okay, thanks.
I don't think it's here.
No, but it's obviously some. Can you hear it? There was a beep.
Yeah, I'll just check my one. Hold on.
Okay.
Empty. Empty.
It's not mine, Dory. Maybe if we all mute ourselves.
هم قصدهم علي أنا ضايقني.
Could we perhaps all mute ourselves if we're not speaking? And then we'll try and find out where this squeak is coming from.
Chair, it might be an idea if Mr. Al-Mashamali puts his microphone on mute for the moment.
Yes, if you could, Mr. Al-Mashari, could you put your microphone on mute for the moment?
Hello, good morning.
Could you put your microphone on mute for... thank you. Okay. See how we go. I don't think it's here, but anyway. So do committee members have any questions to ask of Mr. Phelan, or shall we move on to the applicant? Sorry?
No, I'm just looking. I don't think I have one for licensing. It's mostly for the police.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Al-Mashali, if you would like to present your case to the committee, you have 10 minutes, and then you may have some questions afterwards. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Please present your case.
Yes. I talk now, yeah?
Yes, you have up to 10 minutes.
Okay. Now I have one option. The witness, the guy, Jax something, the name, Jax.
Mr. Jackson, he's not speaking. He's just observing.
I know this different now, because this one now you put fake names, because this name, I know the noise. This Baghdad, my neighbors, because this guy, neighbors for my shop. This, I know this guy name, the shop. Why you bring me, you bring different names? Fake different. You see the passport, the face?
Mr. Al-Mashali, you have up to 10 minutes to present your case, and your time has already started.
Okay.
Can I just say something? This is streamed live anyway, so anyone is entitled to listen in to this meeting.
Okay.
So if you just present your case now, not worry about the objector.
Okay, I'm sorry. My case, because now I need apply for my list for alcohol, because my place basement. And then, you know, I have children. How I pay the rent for my landlord, the owner of the building, because my place basement. All people now ask for me, when you come the place, you need alcohol. And then I don't sell alcohol. I don't how I pay my rent. I don't have money I pay for my rent. Now I need less than alcohol. Before, when you come now the council, when you come for me 3 times, he don't see you alcohol for my place, because I don't have alcohol now. When he come before this guy, the police, the guy, the name, the guy, when he come before, he see you alcohol, no see you for sale. This my friend is there for birthday, no pay alcohol, no just people is there for me, but my friend just for enjoying. Already me, I have less than my personal, I have less than alcohol, but I close the door 9 o'clock, no after 12, just my friend is there. No, you see, you know, bill, no, the people pay the money, the drink come from outside, no from inside. The people bring drink from outside, you drink my place. No bring, I sell alcohol from my inside. Now 2 times the council come, you see my place, no alcohol. For me, my idea now, because I need a proper restaurant and then alcohol. This is my idea now. Because you know now the area Nice Bridge, all people, all restaurant behind me you have alcohol. Just me, this shop before last 3 years you have less than alcohol already. This shop number 11, last 6 years or 7 years you have less than alcohol for club. And then when I'm come, I buy the lesson. Last 3 years, I don't stand for the lesson alcohol because I don't know you have Blair. I will change. I think already changed my name and then no change my name. And then tell me Blair for the lesson alcohol. This shop already when you go you check the shop already have all 20 years. This shop you have lesson alcohol. But now you don't have lesson alcohol because finished last 2 years. For me now, my idea, I need open proper restaurant with less than alcohol. I put every Friday, Saturday security. I apologize for before everything before. Now I need open chance. You give me new chance.
Okay.
Because you know the landlord, when I don't pay for the rent, of course straight away close the shop because he did money. My place small and basement. How I buy coffee £2, my rent 7,000. I have wages, I have council, I have a lot of something, you know. My flat private, okay. I have 2 children, 3 years. My daughter 3 years. My son 2 years. Okay, I have wife. How my shop don't give me lot of money when I don't buy alcohol. Now all people say when you come for me, you have alcohol. I say no alcohol, it's gone. My place empty. See the council, you know how many times come my place. You see the place empty. Just see 4 people, 3 people, sometimes empty. Okay, before I say I'm apologize before because my friend from Russian guy, you have party, small party for birthday, no for sale alcohol. The people bring the alcohol from outside, not inside. From outside and then just drink. I think this legal when you bring alcohol from outside is there. You drinks no problem. But for me, I say maybe I have the problem with this personally with the police, the guy police, because you don't like me. I know this one. I speak for you 5 times, 6 times. When you come for me very rude. I speak for this one. I have the witness with the police when he talk with me. When he speak with me very rude. That's my problem. And then why I speak for Jax, because this guy say because this my neighbor. 3 times or 4 times I see this police with this guy. You talk together. I speak before. I tell her this guy. You call the police for line. How many times you call the police? He come my place. How many times? He say the police, the people kill people inside. They come, you don't see anything. You call the police, the people fight. You come, the police don't see you anything for inside. 6 times, 7 times the police come inside. You don't see no fight, no the people drunk, no anything. The speak the police 6 times or 7 times because the people just call for nothing. The people jealous. I speak why I speak for this my neighbor because sorry this my neighbor because when I go for I tell listen my business different your business, okay, my business different. When I speak for him, don't talk to me. I'm from Russian. Don't talk to me. Very why I know now when I see the noise for talk I know this guy Bogdat. I don't know you changed the name or something because this guy very rude, very jealous. I have witness for this guy. He say I don't like this guy. He opened the place. He opened everything. I have 5, 6 shop in the road. You write with me, okay? I'm me nice guy or no nice guy. Just this guy don't like me. I don't know why because 3 times I see this guy, the police. Now here you see me maybe. This guy, the police, don't like me. Face to face, don't like me. This business different. My don't like me different because for me I'm power. I'm back for my family. I need help my family. Okay, I need back my business. Okay, I speak the police. This guy for police. I tell her why every week, 2 weeks he come my place. Every week he come. You don't have any business. I tell us go see the road. The people now you take the watch for people. Help the people. Don't come for me for small business. You come for me every days for nothing. Just I need less than alcohol. All. Not just me, first guy, I need open alcohol in London. You know, all bar, club, restaurant, coffee shop, all people you have this business for drinks. Not just me, I need apply for the less than alcohol. But this guy, the problem for better. For the better, the owner the lease. This is the problem for this. The guy, the police guy, you have the case behind me, and my neighbor opposite my place. I see because I'm trust when I talk. Sorry, because my English maybe no understand or something.
Okay.
But I know 100%. This guy, me, when I say this police, I tell her me 3 times I help the police. I present the people 7 years. I help the CID. Last 5 years, me and my friend, I help the police. I catch the people. I call the police, and the police. I'm witness 1 year. I go court. I present these people 7 years. I have everything. When you check my name in Little Hillgate, the police Little Hillgate, you see my name. I help the police 2 times. And the 3rd time, this guy, the police, come just for my shop. Come in the area. He tell me I'm CID, and the police, the area, Knightsbridge, Chelsea. Okay, when they help the people for Chelsea, Knightsbridge, why don't help every day the people take the watch? Say my name. Last year, the people come my office, my house, you touch me, and then the camera don't nothing. I don't see anything. Last 6 months, the people take my watch in the corner and my road. Okay, the police nothing. Why just the people just come for me every day? You check, you stop the car outside my shop. The people scared that the people know come my place. All people take this place. When you come, you still order burger or coffee shop. The police come straight away. You give me stress, big stress. You give me now. I have diabetic now. You give me every days. You come opposite my place every days. For what? I'm no sell cocaine. I'm no sell drinks. I'm no sell hashish. I'm no sell nice people from the area. Sorry, that's good. Half my customer from Middle East, from Dubai, from Saudi, from Qatar, because this is my business with people. Okay, I don't have. I say the police. I help for the police. When I see you something, I call the police. When say the people better for me, I'm staying the road. I help the police for some. But this guy don't like me personally. Personally, don't like better. He don't. You see, before I bring manager from Russia, I have this. When he come the place, say, speak the owner of the place. You know me. Why talk for this? I come one time. You come the place one. You don't bring you another police. You come for the place one police, and then be right before in the court. He tell me the guy very Johnson. This guy, the people when he come, I bring with me 6 police or 7 police because this guy strong when he talk. And then when he come my place, he come alone. How before he say I don't come the place, I need 7 people or 8 people, and then I come to the place for what? I don't have gun in the place. This is place, coffee shop, burger, nuts, sweet, small place, no big place. The place no big. This
Thank
guy.
you.
Yeah, this guy.
And is that 10 minutes now?
Yes, okay. Sorry, thank you.
I think. So if I could just ask you, thank you for saying all that. If you could just clarify just a couple of things for me, and then I will go to the other members of the committee. So what you're saying is at the moment, you can't sell alcohol, and you are not selling alcohol, but people are bringing it in.
Yes.
This is what I've understood. And that you're applying for the license because you're really not making that much money, and you need to sell the alcohol to make more money and to have a proper restaurant. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's fine. So that's one question you've answered, that I understand where you're coming from. The other one is, we've heard when we have read the papers and everything, that people are smoking shisha, and even though that's not a licensable activity, you're in an enclosed space downstairs, so you allow people to smoke in the basement. Is that correct?
Yes. This one I speak this one. You see you 2 shisha. When you come, you see 2 shisha. This I still have this me and my friend. And this I say no pay the money. I say this. I apologize for this one. Yes. You tell I speak the guy, the council. When you come, see 3 times, 4 times, don't see shisha inside. I put the shisha outside. But this, yeah, I say sorry for this. You see 2 shisha inside. Yes, I apologize for this one. for the people because called something called outside, and you come just bring the shisha straight away. The council come, and then also already I bought this. No buy, I buy this. Just me and my friend. You see, all my friends there with me. I sorry, this is my problem. Yeah, sorry because I'm
okay. Yeah. So I will turn to the other members of the committee now. Councillor Schmetterling, I think you have some questions.
Councillor, thank you, Chair. Do you prefer to be called Mr. Badr or Al Mashali? Whatever you prefer.
Badr or Al Mashali, same.
Okay, because you put on your camera, on your picture, you're projecting the name Badr. Anyway, see, you've explained, or you've mentioned the presence of the shisha pipes who shouldn't have been there, but I'm sure I saw a picture of more than 2 standing available. They're not, you weren't just in use, but I saw some available ones. And then, okay, that's one. Okay, let me deal with the questions one at a time. Please, you can, yeah, one at a time. So okay. How is it that I'm sure I saw in one of the pictures more than 2 shisha pipes available?
The shisha, I say I have no 2 shisha. I have inside 35 shisha, but this one from outside is already, I have another place because I closed the place in the Cromwell Road, Park Plaza. The shisha from inside, from just for storage, no work, just standard.
Okay, it looked like it was ready for use. The second thing, you claimed somewhere that the people in the room were all relatives, but the police determined, I think it was the police, one of the officers who came in determined that at least some of them were not your relatives. So why do you say they're all your relatives?
Sorry again, sir?
There's an incident where one of the officers, I don't remember if police or council licensing officers, came into your premises and you said everybody was your relative. But in fact, at least 2 of them were not your relatives, according to what they said.
This all people when they come, you see, all my brothers, my cousin, my friend, they don't have this type, no customer. I see, my brother.
But 2 of them were spoken to and they denied being related to you.
No.
Okay.
No, all my family. I see, all my family. Just one guy and my friend and the girls. You don't need to give me your name because you're scared for name the police. You don't need to give me the name wrong. But this is my friend Khalid and Sabrina.
Okay, well, the police will be willing to maybe in a position to comment on that when they get there. So the next question is, how do you explain the many complaints, or are you suggesting is that one person, that one neighbor who's doing it all? But there are a lot of complaints over this period of noise at 4 in the morning and so on. So how do you explain that?
Okay. First one, you know how many shop in the place? Yeah, you have 2 bars in the shop. Okay.
Sorry, what do you mean 2 bars in the shop? I don't understand. Your place is downstairs.
In the street. I say in the street.
Yeah.
I think this police, when the people talk in the outside in the street, you think this people from my place. When you see anything from in the street, this not my problem. When the people talk in the outside in the street, this not my problem. You know the Pizza Badora and the road, Alina, Marrouche. You know Marrouche close 5 in the morning. All London. All the police, London, the people, you go from eating from outside. See the Marrouche, this shop, you open 24 hours. Okay? Me, I'm the basement. When you go the building, go walk and then go basement. And then me, I'm not stay the 4 morning.
So where's Marrouche? Where is it? I can't see it on this picture, but it's in my pack. But Marrouche, where is it? Is it on Beecham Place?
Yeah, Beecham Place, Marrouche. Okay. The Marrouche, you know, all police, all people, all from outside London, you come, you talk, you store all cars in the Marrouche, busy, the road, you eating takeaway and then go.
Okay. So the next thing is you've had...
The street, you know the problem, the street, Beecham Place, the street busy. Because this is the middle. When the people come around Brompton Road, when you need to go Chelsea, you come from street. all noise, the road, this noise. When come see the people, you go Bitchin Place, the Bitchin Place road street busy. All people come from Bitchin Place. And then also I have the another bar, the restaurant Layalina. You close 3 o'clock, Layalina. You have bar, you have the people go outside.
Okay.
And then I speak before the any people, any something, the people speak in the corner, you say this one number 11. I see this one. Before last 6 months or 1 year, people who fight behind the corner. This police, he say this people, he come from 11 Bitchin Place. The people who fight in the corner. One time I see you come the police, you have problem with people, you need to fix this people in the corner. Bitchin Place, you come stop the car from when, you stop the car opposite my place. Why? Okay, you need to fix with the people. Why stop the car opposite my place?
Okay.
This place busy, a lot of complaint. All people, you know, this street. The street very, very busy, Bitchin Place. Because you have restaurant, 24 hours, you sell takeaway sandwich.
Okay. Then this is not in any particular logical order. It's next thing is, why did you have unlabeled tobacco in your premises? You know that tobacco must be labeled. There are rules to follow. And I mean, you've kind of apologized, admitted that you were providing smoking facilities inside closed premises, which is not allowed. So, and you also now have tobacco, which is unlabeled. This is not a licensing issue, it's true, but it says something about following the rules that are necessary to operate a proper establishment. So why do you have that tobacco in there?
I see this one. This tobacco, I have a place in Bark Plaza Hotel, Bark Plaza City. And then before I have in Bark, I have when I close the shop, I bring all my tobacco because I don't have storage. I put all tobacco in my place.
I understand, but it wasn't labeled. It doesn't matter that it's a lot or a little or where it came from. The fact is it was unlabeled. It was unlabeled in the previous establishment, wherever it was before. Why is it unlabeled? When you know it has to be labeled, or you should know. It has to have a health warning on it.
I don't know.
Well, you see what I mean? This is all to do with following rules. Okay. Don't know. All right. Next thing is, you've asked for outside sales. Why do you need it? Are you going to sell? Do you want to sell alcohol on the street outside?
No,
a very narrow strip outside.
I don't feel. For me, I don't need sell alcohol from outside. For me, I don't need. Just I need alcohol from inside my restaurant. I don't put alcohol outside. This one from the lot of restaurant in my place, like Alina or Biza Madora or Bogdash. This guy, you change the names now. He sell alcohol outside. For me, I don't need sell alcohol outside.
Okay, we won't worry about next door. It's we're talking about your premises. I'm just as curious. This is not, again, it's not a licensing matter, but some bit of background information. The creative company is shown as there's an active proposal to strike it off the company's house list, and the accounts are overdue already, but not by that much. I just wonder if you'd like to comment on this. And finally, in this, can I just ask, in this connection also, what's Kawed Azmi Limited?
Kawed Azmi?
Yes, you're shown as a director.
No, this one just for my. No, I'm not director now.
I think we're straying, Doreen.
No, just a little bit of background. Just a little bit of background.
I'm not sure it's relevant to this case.
Well, okay. Well, it's up to Mr. Amishali if he wishes to answer or not. Okay, not.
Okay.
All right. I think that brings me to the end of my queries.
Okay.
I will bring in Councillor Noor now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
If you have some questions.
I've got one or two questions, which the first one is, I understand that this space is basement, and some of the reports I read through the police and environmental, at times the number of people attending are either 40 or more, I mean, how do you ensure, Mr. Al-Mashali, the health and safety of the public who are attending your premises? And do you have fire escapes? Because if anything happens, how do you ensure the safety? And is there a fire assembly point where people can escape if there's anything happens?
Okay. For me, my idea when I put less than alcohol, okay, I put security and bodyguard. Of course, safe for the people. And then for me, I buy restaurant, no from clubbing people drink, no, for stir the tables, eat and drinks, no from club, DJ or something. And then also I put security outside and you know, I have wages, I have the people who work inside, manager, okay. Of course, you safe for the people, and then you have bodyguard outside on the door.
Just follow up that question. I mean, God forbid this, but if anything happen, how do you ensure the safety?
Of course, straight away I call the police. My security fix everything. Straight away call the police, because the police 24 hours help the people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I've got one more question actually that's occurred to me. May I ask that?
Okay, Doreen.
Mr. Al-Mashali, the police produced a menu of drinks, a price list for alcoholic drinks. Would you like to comment on the circumstance and why it was there in the premises?
The police, when you see, I speak for you. When you come, this guy, when you see the police this time, I see you have birthday, my friend.
Sorry, say again?
This the menu, the menu, this one, the menu, when you see the menu on the shop, this one menu before, I speak for you. This shop, you have last 2 years, you have alcohol. See you, when you go now, you see this shop, last 2 years, you have less than alcohol. The menu in the shop.
Do you get that, Dory? Previous
I haven't understood what he's doing there now.
There is no alcohol license at the moment, but prior to that there was, and that's where the menu comes from. That's my understanding.
Is that correct, Mr. Al-Mashali?
Yes.
Interesting, but you do realise it makes it look odd that 2 years, I don't know when they got it, I mean, the police can comment, but after the previous licence lapsed, that a price list for alcohol, which is not crossed out, is still there. That looks odd.
When it comes to COVID, okay, I don't apply for a standard lesson alcohol. This is the problem, because COVID close, I don't have time, and then I standard for the lesson alcohol. This is the
I see. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
So I will now move on to the police. Do you have any questions for Mr. Al-Mashali?
Chair, may I rudely interject and just ask just a couple of questions before you move on to the responsible authorities, if you don't mind? Just quickly.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Al-Mashali, I just wanted to ask you, firstly, I just wanted you to confirm online, obviously you're no longer a director of Creative Company, and Creative Company is the applicant, and obviously we have received confirmation from Mr. Dahir, who is the new director, that you have authority to speak. I'd just like you to just confirm that in front of all the parties, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And can you, so at present, you are still, although you're not a director, you can speak on behalf, you're still going to be the nominated designated premises supervisor, is that correct?
Yeah, but you know, I'm sorry. Yes, because you know now I'm the owner that leads me. Okay, I need now I behind now I running my place now for me. I'm manager of the place.
All right, so you're the leaseholder. You're
Yes.
going to be a manager there.
Yeah.
And you're also going to be the designated premises supervisor, but you're not going to be a director of the company who is going to hold the premises license.
No, I'm not director company now, but now I'm direct owner of the lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and just another question I wanted to ask. Obviously, you've said that you're hoping to set up the premises as a restaurant. Obviously, it's not been a restaurant at present. As part of the application, you've applied for late night refreshment indoors and outdoors. So obviously that's for hot food, cold food after 11 p.m. at night. Are you intending on having, in relation to outdoors late night refreshment, are you intending on having takeaways?
Yes.
So you do want late night refreshment outdoors? Okay. Can I just ask you, how long have you been involved in the premises, be it as a director or not a director, just involved in the premises? Because there seems to be kind of historical kind of links to you.
Yeah, I'm 2019. I'm director of the lease. I'm the owner.
No, but not necessarily a director, but how long have you been involved in the premises in a non-official capacity?
2019.
Just 2000. So not going back to 2014, 2015.
No, 2019.
Okay, fine. I think that's it for now, because I think, maybe later on people can pick up some questions on the prohibition notice, the dispersal zone, the closure orders, the FPNs. I think Councillor Schmetterling's asked about the menu, so I think that's it in terms of questions from me now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Could we just clarify? Did Mr. Al-Mashali say he is the designated DPS, nominated designated premises supervisor? I didn't hear a clear yes or no to that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So now I will call in the police.
Thank you, Chair. PC and Davis licensing. Just one kind of key question, because I think it has been alluded to, but just for clarification, is Mr. Al-Mashali accepting of the police and responsible authorities' observations in relation to the offences that have been identified in the bundle, namely police representations detailing offences on pages 46 to
I think what I heard
251
was the acceptance that 2 shishas were found where they shouldn't be. As to all of them, I think you're going to have to go through them one by one. I don't think you can assume that it's a blanket, yes, I accept all of it. That's just that's just the way I look at it, I'm afraid. We'll have to go through them individually if you want that kind of clarity.
Well, I mean, I think he is accepting that he's been in control of the premises since 2019, so that kind of covers the point. But I'll go over those in my submission, Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Chair, I have a couple of questions, if I may. PC Bentavie.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So in obviously your submission, obviously you kept stating that there was friends obviously coming in, but there was an omission of technically then it kind of changed around the 10:39 mark to say that actually there was customers inside. Is that correct? So, because obviously customers would expect that obviously they're paying for a service if you go obviously a customer.
Can I ask something now?
Yeah.
The definition between, I mean, when it comes to selling alcohol and you haven't got a license, you are in breach, whether it's your friend or a customer. But if you're not doing a licensable activity, what difference does it make whether it's a friend or a customer?
Because obviously I was just trying to confirm obviously that officers did attend obviously last weekend, and obviously he's stating that they were his friends, but officers have clearly spoken, which the admission will come later, and then actually they were not related to him in one part.
Yeah, but can I just ask you something now? What difference does it make? If you are selling alcohol without a license, that's a breach. But if you're not, what difference does it make whether it's a friend or a customer?
But it was more to do with obviously the illegal activity of actually his credibility, and obviously if he's applying for a license, then obviously it credibility actually if he's going to follow these conditions, isn't it? If he can't, obviously if he's selling alcohol or selling shisha now, then obviously this will be a terms conditions of potentially you're going to be granting a license if someone can't follow the license now or can't follow guidelines now, Chair.
But I am saying if you are not doing something which is licensable, what difference does it make whether it's a friend or a customer? I don't get a distinction. Perhaps one of the lawyers would like to come in and explain that to me, because I don't get it.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, as you've mentioned earlier on, it's the sale by retail of alcohol that is the licensable activity. I think Mr. Al-Mashali has mentioned before that I think he said there's been no sales of alcohol and people have bought the alcohol in of their own accord, so there's no breach if that is the case. But I think PCTV is just referring to credibility generally rather than to a breach of the license. Is that correct, PCTV?
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed, a friend could be a customer. The two groups aren't mutually exclusive, are they?
Correct.
Okay, so licensing authority, any questions from them?
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Al-Mashali. Colin Harry here, Licensing Enforcement Officer. I've got a couple of questions, if I may. If I may just take you back to the question that Councillor Smettinen asked about how long you've been involved in the premises. Madam Chairman, I just need to clarify something with regards to this, as will be seen later in my representation. Mr. Al-Mashali, you state that you've only been involved in the premises since 2019, but as Councillor Smettinen said, we believe it's since 2014, when in fact the landlord leased out the premises to a Bada Nazir. Are you saying that's not you?
No.
It's not you. And when we visited, I apologise, madam, but when we visited then on the 28th of February in 2015, we obtained a card, as will be seen in my rep, with a phone number. That was then traced to a website, which was almashali.com. The full details are there in my rep. But when we then looked into that, latterly, in fact, quite recently, the website's gone, but the company's house still reveals a Bada Nazir with a date of birth in July 83. And am I right in thinking that your date of birth is the 1st of July 83?
Yeah, but it's no me. At my place, I take the place 2019.
So you're still saying that almashali.com, Bada Nazir with a date of birth in July of 83 is not you?
No, of course not you.
It's not you. Okay, yeah. Thank you. And obviously, just going on, madam, in your submission earlier, you said that at 9 o'clock you closed. You're not open after 12. And obviously, on the 3rd of September, when we visited with the police, it was at 1:40 in the morning. And I know we've had this discussion about everyone being friends, but what I want to clarify is that in your submission, you said that you want to make money. You're not making money. So how have you been making money then if everyone's your friends? So I assume by that you mean that no one's paying you.
Okay, because I not allowed I sell after 12 because I see you when you come see you, my friend is there. No customer see you. This my friend is there out. I close out inside with me. It's my friend after 12. After it's my business. Before 12, it's business. But after 12, this is my friend. This is my friend. You see, all my friends, you talk with me.
So, in essence, am I right in saying that what you are in fact saying is that anyone who's present at your premises, say from 9 o'clock till midnight, will be a business, so there'll be a paying customer. But then after midnight, they become your friends.
No, this because this when he come, you see you. My friend, he come for me and my brother because when my place. Behind me, my 2 flats from my brother. Okay, behind me, my brother, my blood brother. Okay, and my friend they come for me these days. Okay, and then also the people come for me this time. Lot of people come for me this time because my father passed away last month. Okay, all people come for me, still talk with me, stay with me every day. Now this month, okay. Yeah, because my father passed away.
Okay, thank you. May I just ask also, Madam? Obviously, I think as the licensing authority, we're slightly concerned that obviously we had this sudden change of the company director to a Mr. De Gea, and Mr. Al-Mashali appears to have stepped aside. But obviously, from our point of view, when we visited on the 3rd of September, Mr. Al-Mashali was present. There's no reason why he should have told us, but we're just slightly concerned that we do not know anything about this Mr. De Gea. Who may I ask you who actually he is in relation to you?
Sorry?
Who actually is Mr. De Gea, the new company director of Creative Shop Company Limited, in relation to you, Mr. Al-Mashali?
Someone, this guy, who buy the company, because I sell the company.
You've sold the company to this man. When was that?
No, this guy, you take the company because you take the change the company for this guy name. Yeah.
So he's not a friend of yours or anything?
Sorry? No, not friend.
He's not a friend?
Yeah, no friend.
So he's just a business acquaintance you know?
Sorry?
He's just a business acquaintance that you know?
I'm the owner.
Know him through business.
I'm the owner of the place. No. Okay, this my accountant to sell this company. I don't know who's this guy.
And also, just finally, madam, you said that you're the manager. I know that when I spoke to you yesterday in regards to
I say I'm now because I'm still now. I'm come back my business. I'm manager. I look my business now. I'm still every day. I go my restaurant. Because now I open a new company.
You now own a new company?
Yes.
Right, okay. But you say that you're the manager, but when I spoke to you yesterday with regards to this hearing, I was then contacted, I assume on your behalf, by a lady, and I can't remember, Buani, I believe it was, excuse me if I've got that wrong, who said that she was the manager.
This my wife. Yeah, you help for me.
That's your wife.
Right. You listen everything now. This is my wife.
Mrs. Sumaya, I speak with you yesterday. I'm his wife. I'm helping because he's not speaking well English. I'm speaking with you yesterday. I'm trying to explain.
Right. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Mr. Al-Mashali. Madam Chairman, I think that's it for me for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. So then I will turn to noise nuisance and ask if there are any questions.
Madam Chairman, Winston Labar here, Area Senior Officer, Noise and Nuisance Team. Hello. There are no questions from me at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So now I will turn to trading standards. Are there any questions from trading standards?
Good morning, Madam Chair. No questions from trading standards either at this point.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask the committee because I've been asked to provide a comfort break, if they would like to have the break now, or if you would like to.
Quick question, please. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Just one quick question. Sorry to Mr. Al-Mashali. So you're saying that Mr. De Gea, who's the new company director, has he's just an acquaintance. He's not linked to you, but you're the manager. I just want to ask, if a premises license is granted today, the premises license will be going to effectively Mr. De Gea. So I'm just trying to work out logistically, if the premises license is going to Mr. De Gea, but you're going to be the manager and the leaseholder and you're going to open a restaurant, how is that going to work on the ground? Are you going to get Mr. De Gea to transfer the license to you? Because obviously you're not linked to the creative company.
I deal with her. Okay, I deal with her. I speak with her. I talk with him.
Who? Sorry, I thought Mr. De Gea was a man.
Sorry. Yes, man. Yeah, it's man.
Sorry, has anybody else got any questions on this point? Because I'm just trying to work out logistically on the ground how this would work. If a premises license is granted to Mr. De Gea, who is creative, but obviously he's not linked to you, I'm just trying to logistically work out, unless there's a transfer of the license at a later date.
I agree, because we, in a sense, we are being asked to grant a license, we're not quite sure who we're granting it to. Which, yeah, I think is a problem. Someone's hand is up.
Yes, yes, Chair. I mean, is there any reason why Mr. Dahir could not be present for this hearing, Mr. Al-Shamaili?
Because this guy outside the, I think outside the country now.
This is a remote, it's a remote hearing, so unless he's not got internet, he should be able to attend. Because the difficulty the committee are asking and legal representation and also the responsible authorities are questions really directed to the licensee. We can understand our predicament in relation to this moving forward.
You give me authorization already. You send the email.
Okay, I think we're going to just have to take a view on this. I mean, he's authorised you to speak on behalf of the company, but obviously you're saying that you're going to be running the restaurant, you're going to be the leaseholder, you're going to be the DPS, so you are going to be linked to the company, but you're not going to be a director. There's a bit of confusion, to say the least, as to your involvement and Mr. Dahir's involvement.
Yeah, I mean,
I think who's taking responsibility?
It's the license. But
to whom is the license going? To whom is the license actually going to go? Who's taking responsibility of the premises? It's unclear, actually, because you said you started another company, you have a new company. I presume this is nothing to do with the restaurant.
Sorry, excuse me. This is no big deal because already I speak this guy. I back my company by names. Yeah, no big. Sorry.
Well, from a licensing point of view, it is a big deal. That's the point. That's why people are asking you.
I say. Sorry, because my English, I don't talk.
Excuse me. Because before.
Could we see you? Would you like to come into the picture?
Just one second. Just just 1 second.
Can I just ask one quick question, Mr. Al-Mashali? Will you have day-to-day running of the premises?
Sorry?
Will you have day-to-day running of the premises if a premises license is granted?
When?
So if you get a premises license today,
yeah,
will you be running the premises on a day-to-day basis?
Yes. He will run the place. So just I want to explain something, because the time this guy he take the company, it's Mr. Dahir. We sit down with Mr. Dahir and we explain for everything about the application and the license. And he said we don't have any problem. If you grant the license, I can transfer straight away to your name, to Badr's name. He's the owner now. He's the manager. And because we start to build new company. And he say, we don't have any issue. We can transfer the license from our company to your new company. That's why he don't want to say, I don't have more information about this hearing. That's why yesterday we spoke with some of the guy from the council, and he sent him email and they give authorization to Badr, because the Badr, he know everything about this hearing. Dahir, he's new director. He don't know anything. That's why he say, I don't have any problem. I can transfer if you grant the license. For sure.
Who is Mr. Dahir? Is he a freeholder?
No. Yeah, freeholder. New businessman. He's coming.
No, but if he sold the company, sorry, if Mr. Badr and Mr. Al-Mashali, or your husband, has sold the company to him, what's his role in it? I don't understand. If now it's just, to me also, it's confusing as to who. What does Mr. Dahir got to do with this then? He bought the company, and then what?
But there is not sell the company.
That's what he said.
Take this company. He's now the director of the company. Badr is not on the company. Badr before he's director of the company. He's not on the company. The owner of the company, we don't know this owner, but Badr before he's director. Now Badr designed from this company because we received many issue, many problem under the name for this company. That's why he decided to put new company. He's the owner now of the company. He's the director of the company, and he want to run the place with his company. He's the owner now, the new company, not the previous company, Creative.
So, if I may ask the question, why are we not seeing the applicant as being your new company or your husband's new company? Why are we dealing with
because
the old company?
We do the application many months ago, and we decide to do this from August. We decide to make everything new, like new franchise, new place, with everything clear and new. But this application, we speak with the solicitor. We can now apply for new license. Say you have applied under this place the application. We can't apply 2 times under this address. You have to finish the old application, and if something wrong, we can apply with new name, with new company, with everything. That's why we try to guarantee this license, and this guy he's accept to transfer from his company to our company name.
Yeah, you could of course always cancel an application. I don't know why they didn't tell you that, but it's
because this was just an end of August.
Okay.
Committee, I am minded. I think we're kind of going round, and this will have to be discussed again. But I think we're just going round in circles now. So, committee, would you like to have a break now of 10 minutes and then go on to the police, or do you want to do the police next and then have a break?
I'll do the police, maybe. I don't know, Mr.
Yeah,
Councillor.
have the police first.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
So, Mr. Davis, PC Davis and PCTV, you would like to make your submission now? Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Shumaili. Thank you very much for your candid response in relation to this application. In summary, there's been, I say, a fulsome amount of evidence in relation to crime and disorder in relation to these premises. You've heard from the now designated president, the DPS. He was in control of the premises from 2019. If I would like to kind of refer you to the bundle, page is 46. Obviously, we're starting from the 27th of February 2022, but just to highlight some kind of key aspects of information received in relation to the illicit gambling venue on the 21st to the 1st, 22, of which it's already been mentioned in relation to an alcohol pricing menu that was also submitted at that time involving that event. I'm mindful that the MP3 footage has been circulated to all parties originally and then recirculated again by governance, I think just this week. Again, I'd like to move to page 47, which is number 7 at the top of the page, in relation to the COVID related breaches on the 20th of the 6th, 21. I'm mindful that Mr. Al-Mushaili is also a personal license holder, of which there were 18 persons that were issued with COVID fixed penalty notices in relation to an event inside the venue. Also, I would like to bring the attention of the committee to point on page 49, which is evidence number 12 from the police in relation to an incident which actually made the national press in relation to the 17th of January 21, involving 200 persons inside the premises. which has been quite detailed in relation to, again, an undermining of the crime and disorder and nuisance objectives. And then I'd like to also refer the committee and all parties to page 50, which is number 13, whereby Mr. Al-Mashaili was issued via Mr. Julian Trill a prohibition notice in relation to incidents involving COVID and shisha smoking on the 13th of December 2020. Further to that, I'd also like to refer to pages 70, which is a further representation from police. This was around a joint visit involving police safe and neighbourhoods trading standards and licensing enforcement, of which, as detailed per my representations, illegal shisha was seized from the premises, but also the phenom, which is nowadays the vehicle of payment, which is a contactless sum up device that was found at the time. As you can see on page 73, it seemed to have been blocked. Obviously, the traditional aspect of checking receipts and tills and cash is a little bit dated now, so these processes are a lot more difficult for us to actually investigate. And further to that, the police general position in relation to this application is that we don't have confidence in Mr. Al-Shamaili operating the premises. There's been a whole host of undermining of the licensing, the crime and disorder licensing objectives. We're here with responsible authorities, trading standards, noise and nuisance. We've got concerns also from residents in relation to the operation of the business, and it is a destination location. Police are not satisfied that the business model is sufficiently changed, and should we be really rewarding Mr. Al-Shamaili with a licence? It is a privilege to have a licence on this borough, and to reward, considering the history of this venue, even without a licence. In my experience of nearly 30 years on this borough and of over 10 years managing licensing, is probably the most serious destination locations we've had historically. And to grant a licence, in my humble opinion, would be to undermine the licensing objectives. If there's any questions, I will take any questions, but also PCTV may have something to say. That's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I ask you just one question?
Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't explain all the complaints, because obviously if you go to a venue during COVID and, you know, there are a lot of people there, they're obviously breaching the COVID regulations. But Beecham Place is a very busy street, as we all know, with a lot of bars and restaurants and etc. Can you be sure always that for all of the complaints that you have followed up, that they always emanated from the basement at 11?
Well, I can only
be sure that they're all from the same place?
I can only refer to my representations, and which is on page 46 onwards, in relation to being associated with the venue. Obviously, this information is via phone calls via CAD-SAY 1205, which is on page 46, which is a complaint. These have been complaints by third parties, and also we've also attended ourselves in relation to the venue. So that is our basis.
Okay, and can I ask you about? I was reading about finding it difficult. The police finding it difficult to get in when they went round. That you were made to wait. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, there's right. Okay, with the premises, there's been issues whereby there's a camera on the front door. There's been individuals outside, so when trying to gain entry, the door's been closed and it's been delayed. Hence, there's another door you need to get through to go to the basement. And by then, a lot of the time, we found that I must say the scene's been cleared, but sheesh has been basically put to a side, etc., etc. So, and obviously, person's been inside. But I think the key factor was all around the COVID incident, which was, as I said, which I referred to in my bundle, which was on page 49, whereby police had to virtually damage the door to gain entry, and there were threats made from the occupants inside.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schmetterling. You're on mute, Dorry.
Thanks. Question, I suppose, is let me just find them. They're here. Given the number of incidents, I'm just wondering why you didn't take more action. I mean, one fixed penalty notice was issued. I didn't ask the applicant about that, but anyway, that was issued, and then there was a closure notice. So why was not more action taken? Let me just put that one first. Yeah.
Well, in relation to there's been an ongoing investigation in relation to the premises with trading standards and RBKC enforcement in relation to alcohol sales. The COVID aspects of it, again, any prosecution for premises related to RBKC, and obviously we dealt with the individuals. There was obviously the prohibition notice was issued to Mr. Al-Shamaili via RBKC. But since then, the application has kind of been submitted, which was unexpected, for want of a better word. Hence, we're at this juncture now.
Okay. Then there's the report where there were 200 people in the premises allegedly.
Yeah.
I think, did I not see somewhere there's only room for officially 60 covers or something? Who counted them, and how did we get to that estimate? I wasn't
there at the time. I'm referring to the CAD, the police CAD of 948 on the 17th of Jan 21.
Yeah.
You know, referring to the actual information, it says also many occasions there's up to about maybe 50 or 70 people. So, but I think the issue around that incident was more so the breaches in relation to COVID and the amount of persons inside the premises.
So the 200 is just a number grabbed out of the air because it was a big, I mean, representing big. Just curious, you know, where do we get the number from?
Well, I mean, as I said, that was on the CADs. I mean, my source, as I said, I was not there to witness it. My source was from that actual CAD report.
What does CAD mean? Sorry, PC Davis.
Computer aided dispatch, which is just for everyone's interest. When a member of public calls the police, the police will, or the operator will create a report, date, time and place that it was called in, and the information, etc. And that would be detail from the informant. So, you know, that informant, it could be a resident, it could be a concerned member of public, it could be anyone, and they all kind of have that information. And
so the long and the short of it is that number has got no basis. In fact, as far as we know, it just means lots.
it has a basis from the informant. We're there to investigate and corroborate that, and obviously the information that I've forwarded in relation to that refers to the incident. So I mean, if you go further down, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Large quantity of people.
You can see the amount of people. I mean, it was in, and this is on page 49, as has been referred. It was impossible to detain everyone present, although 20 to 30 officers on scene were busy either assisting or detaining someone.
Right.
Just for proportionality, the fact that 20 or 30 officers had to attend is quite significant.
Indeed.
And as I said, if you do click that link at bbc.co.uk, there's quite a sufficient report in relation to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do we have any? I'll rephrase that. What information we have about the identity of the informants? Are they all? Are we sure they're all different people, or it's just I presume details are taken, or is it just sort of an anonymous report that it's a resident and objector?
I can dig further in relation to specific names and details. Sometimes it's anonymous. Sometimes it's named with a mobile telephone number. But I think if we're talking about that example, it was quite significant in relation to that incident, especially around COVID, because obviously COVID's not really gone away, and it was quite sensitive to national and public interest.
Thank you. Yes, the reason I'm asking is not necessarily I want to know who it was, but the fact it was more than one person, because there were lots of complaints, and the police or council officers attended quite a number of times, so it's important to know there's all different complainants and not just one, because if you remember, there was an allegation that there's one particular person who seems to have taken against him.
Yeah, I'm sure that the other responsible authorities will be able to allude to the without disclosure, the other interested complainants.
Sorry, say it again. I didn't understand. What do you mean by that?
No, I dare say the other responsible authorities, i.e. when RBK or enforcement will be able to kind of give you further information to other complainants.
Okay, thank you.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks. That's it to the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Noor. You're not muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chair, I have no question. Thank you.
Okay, so I will move on to Mr. Al-Mashali. Do you have any questions? You've heard what the police have said. Do you have any questions to ask them?
No. Yes. No. No. Yes انت تتكلمي عشان الموضوع اللي تكلم وهذا على الموضوع. Sorry for this police when you speak for this one, for COVID, for everything, this bag story, and then this time, when you come, you see me, you see better the place. When you see 200 people or 300 people, you say for this time when I'm coming, I'm outside the country, I have proof. This manager before the manager, I say the name, the manager, everything. And then I call police for a claim for this one. When I come, I see my place closed. I don't know why my place closed. And then,
okay, Mr. Al-Mashali, I'll just answer that question. Just bear with me. My place, my place, 40 people. How 200 people? 200 people. You okay, Mr. Al-Mashali, can I just answer your question?
There's 200 people.
Can I just answer your question? Okay, right. Now, in relation, you're saying you've been out of the country in relation to all these instances and you've not had control of the premises. Is that what you're saying? I just need to clarify that. Hello, can you?
Did he say that incident?
No, he said the COVID incident, the 200 COVID.
Yes, that's what I mean. Exactly. Yeah. He didn't say all of them. He just said that one, I think.
Okay, that one. Okay.
Mashali, would you like to confirm?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry?
You were only out of the country for that one incident where there was reportedly 200 people. That's when you were not in the country.
No, I'm this time for COVID. I'm staying outside the country. I have proof. I have ticket. I'm going, me and my wife. I stay 4 months outside the country.
So it could have been more than one incident.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Al-Mashali, if we go to page 47 of the bundle, and at the top of the page, you've got number 7 of my representations. On the 20th of the 6th, 21, 11 Beesham Place, where 18 persons were issued with COVID FPNs, were you at the premises and in control of the premises during that time?
Which days?
The 20. If you refer to the bundle, which is on page 47, which is on the 20th of the 6th, 21,
okay.
Whereby there were 18 people that were issued with COVID fixed penalty notices. Were you on the premises at that time?
This time I'm here in London, but this time when you come, no lockdown. Before 10:30, when you come my place, you come 10:45. You see this, when you come straight away, they close the shop because all London closed by this time, 10:30 or 10 o'clock. When you come 10:45. When you come, you don't see just people and then go, because I see this time all my friends. The people is gone because the birthday. The people gone, and then no. It tell you don't have lesson restaurant this time.
Mr. Chairman, just I mean, have you? Right,
okay.
This is in relation to like I'd just like to clarify.
I will put the question again.
But for me, I say I'm apologize for all story before. I say give me chance for now. I change everything because now I have family. I change all life. I am apologize for everything. I say sorry for the police. I say sorry for my neighbor. I say for everything. Okay, for the council, for everything. Now I need chance for me. See me. I say I put security. I put CCTV. Any time the police come my place, come and join, see the place. No problem for me. This okay. No. Give me for last 2 years. You know, any people that COVID you have party. I don't see my names. It's the name the people.
Chair, just for clarification, I have got photographic evidence in relation to Mr. Al-Mashali on the 20th of the 6th, 21 at 01:23 via body-worn camera footage of him being present during the issue of 18 COVID FPNs.
I think he didn't deny it.
Right. Okay.
That's what I think. I was going to put the question again, just to make sure. But if you say you've got photographs, then we know that he was there on that occasion. What he's saying is he wasn't there for 4 months in COVID on the time that the 200 people were there. That's what I've understood.
Chair, this is Peter Bentivi here. I fully understand what this obviously he is stating, although there is clear BBC footage of him. That's why one of the closures was put in place. We're not just talking about one closure here that I put through. There was 2 full closures when this chap had full control of this building and he was getting constant complaints. Obviously, I work closely with Ian, obviously, because I am a neighbourhood officer, so this is my area. And it wasn't just one complainant. We've got multiple complaints, and I'm still getting them to this date from local residents and businesses stating that this male is still operating illegally. Even in the 18th of March, I attended by myself and there was 40 to 50 people inside, clearly with alcohol on the table, shisha getting served because it was clearly on the till and it was all on my body-worn camera. I closed it down for 24 hours. This chap decided to send local people round to try and intimidate me, and it wasn't working. It is a clear breach of him clearly having control of the premises, and he's clearly still operating. I think this answers both of obviously, but your deputy as well. There is multiple complaints still coming in. It's not the same complainant. There is different complaints every single day.
Yeah, of course, because this. Why complaint for what? Tell me, for I say for you, the complaint from this people. Okay, 100%. Give me this complaint proof. You come for this people witness this complaint. You come for ID. Okay, you go to the police. I don't need to see this people. You go from ID and then you see the people complain. This fake number, this same the people, two people. You have different call every day. They call or send fake email. He send because this guy, Bughdad, and you and the guy, one guy police. He say I need this guy. Don't the road. No, I need Arab people in the road. I think this no this something for route when you talk.
No,
about,
it's not. Bosham Place is very quiet at night time. All through COVID, it was completely dead, and it is still dead. The complaints we're getting is from you and your business because the rest of them do not operate after 11 o'clock.
Can I come in here? At this point, we should be having questions from the applicant to the police. You've made your representation. So I think we will go on now to if there are any questions from the licensing authority to the police.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, not at this point. I will cover it in my rep, Madam. Thank you. No questions.
Okay. So do I have any questions from noise nuisance of the police?
Not at the moment, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Trading standards?
None at the current time, thank you.
Okay, so Lindsay, do we have any questions from you at this point?
Yes, but I just want just a couple of clarification points just from the police. It may be the police or it may be licensing that have issued these notices. So if either of you could just chip in. So the dispersal zone on the 31st of May 21, can someone explain that and if anything was issued as a result of that? Was that a police or was it a council matter?
Bear with us. Which page? Page 47.
Sorry, I haven't got page numbers. I was just going to discuss.
Is that the 31st of the 5th, 21?
Yes. Yeah. So can you explain what a dispersal zone is and who issued? Is it a notice or something or?
Yeah, that would have been a notice by an inspector in relation to under the section 35 of the Antisocial Behaviour and Crime and Policing Act, which has been detailed that there was a party going into the premises, and there was lots of people coming out, and it was a tactic that was used to disperse and displace individuals that are breaching COVID.
So it was a COVID issue, a notice issued by the police. And yes. How long does the notice last for? Is it just like a there and then kind of notice just to get people out and moving?
It's it does have a fixed period. It can be, I think, up to 48 hours if I'm yeah. So in relation to dispersal, but we've tended to kind of use it for a 24-hour period just to get people out of the way, especially around COVID if there was like congregations.
Okay, so that's that one. I think the prohibition notice was issued by the council on the 13th of December 20. Sorry, whoever. So the prohibition notice was by the council. Was that in relation to a COVID breach again, or was that the alcohol?
Yeah, that was as per on page 50, number 13 on my representations. That was in relation to COVID and shisha, and again, it was more along the lines of congregation of persons in a space, and that was by Julian Trill.
So that was by the council.
Nuisance, yeah.
Closure order on the 18th of May 22. Was that a police issue or a council issue?
Yeah, that was issued by me. That I took the business to court, VT Ben TV.
All right, so that was a police. So when you say to court, was it a notice that was issued, or did you have to get an order from the court?
No, so you serve them a 24-hour notice. The whoever's got control of the business, and then you take him to the magistrates to get an order put in place, which was granted for ×2.
So there was 2 closure orders, and how long did they last for?
They were 3 months at a time, full closures. No one was at Canalexis. Apart from the second one, the applicant stated that he wanted to convert it into a burger bar. So he was gained access, although obviously it didn't happen.
So if there were 2 notices, what periods of time did the 3 months closures relate to? Do you have that information to hand? And was it to do with, and were they based on alcohol sales, the closure orders?
No, so they were antisocial behaviour and crime and disorder. Just bear with me, I'll get them for you.
Thank you. Just be interesting to know the dates and what they were for.
So the first order got took to court on the 31st of the 1st, and the second one was 2021, sorry. And the second one was the 28th of the 6th, 2021. And I'll just give you the dates of the actually went to court because one was adjourned. So one got took to court on the first of the one order got issued on the 1st of the 2nd, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
That was issued, so the 1st of the 2nd to the 1st of the 5th, 2021. And then the second order was issued on the 5th of July, 2021 to the 4th of September, 2021.
And those closure orders, they just basically closed the premises for those 3 month periods. And you say they were in relation to, what breaches?
Antisocial behaviour and crime and disorder. So if we're likely a business is going to cause antisocial behaviour or crime and disorder, we can take them to court for a closure order.
Okay, so what kind of antisocial behaviour and crime and disorder were you kind of basing that on at that point in time? So
the multiple reports to the police. Obviously, the first one was linked to the BBC, body worn footage of officers attending. We had representation from obviously RBKC attending, noise and nuisance. So there was obviously a multiple different. The package got put together. So was it in relation to COVID breaches? Was it in relation to alcohol sales? Was it just like general kind of? So the shisha sales, alcohol. It was just multiple of different. It was quite a big package for both. Okay, fine. Just a couple more things. So the fixed penalty notices, I think they were on the 20th of June 21, 17th of Jan 21, and 28th of October 20. Were they issued by the council or the police? If it was related to COVID, if it was FPNs, it would be police. We had through COVID, police officers were issuing them. But Ian might have to cut in here, but I believe it was the police. Was definitely the 15 or 18 was police issued. Yeah, okay. We issued them. Okay, so I think I've got 3 dates where FPNs are referred to: October 20, June 21, and Jan 21. Yeah, one of these things I attended, and I issued FPNs to one of them. But it was definitely most of them were probably police. If it was FPNs, it would definitely be police issued. Okay, and then we've obviously got the trading standard seizures on the 1st of March 20 and the 22nd of March 22. And then lastly, on the 21st of Jan 22, I think you entered the premises and that's where you saw like the menu and the alcohol menu and the shisha pricing terms. But obviously Mr. Al-Mashaili is saying it's historic documentation, but you found it on the visit on the 21st of January.
Yeah, Lindsay, that was in relation to an email that was submitted by a complainant on that for that information. So what I've done is shown that as exhibit just to highlight that to the committee on top of also the MP4 files. Okay, so that wasn't something you picked up from a visit, it's something you've been provided? Yes, that's correct. Okay. Fine. Okay. So, and Mr. Al-Mashaili is saying that it's historic. It doesn't relate to him. It's the old premises. Okay. Fine. That's it for me. I just wanted to clarify those issues. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So, committee, would you like a short break now?
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
So, if we come back at 12, so everyone gets a comfort break for about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay.
I've got 1 or 2 questions that popped up, possibly to the police or possibly to the applicant, if that's okay. Afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have we all returned? Anne?
Yeah, Chair, I'm here.
Good. So Anne, have we got everyone? I think Anne's not here actually.
Yes, that's fine. The live stream is continuing, so you could carry on.
And everyone's come back, yeah? Okay, so
no,
first, I think, just to finish up, Dory had a question.
Can we just check if the applicant is back? I can't see anybody in the video. Oh, there he is. Yes.
Yes. Dory, you had a quick question about gambling, I think. On mute.
Thank you. You see the moving lips.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, I suppose the main question to the applicant is...
you should be asking the police now.
Okay, well, because we have a question which we could ask the applicant to. Maybe you could do that later.
Yes, okay.
You do that later. Okay.
All right, so... Yeah. So
sorry,
if we're finished with questions to the police...
could I just ask, when did they get the menu of the price list of the
alcohol? Yeah.
The alcohol price list.
Yeah, Councillor, this was submitted to us by the informant on as part of my bundle on page 46, item number 3. It was one email that also covered the costing, which is, I think, on the next page after that, on page 59, which is about the policy of if you don't want to spend a minimum of £50 per person to be applied to 4 people, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Also about acting visibly drunk or acting inappropriate, etc., etc. So that was all on one email that was sent to us.
Could you? Yeah. Okay. Just help me. The date of this email was.
Oh, bear with us, because
approx.
It was. I think it was in that. It was in within about a couple of weeks. I think that. Hang on, just bear with us.
In the last couple of weeks.
No. Of the date of my submission. Just bear with me.
Sorry, that's May.
I'll try and dig it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the information is in relation to the 21st of the 1st. So I think we received it a few days after that. I can get you the specific date. Bear with me.
No, just approximately. So January 2022.
Yeah, January 2020. Yeah.
Okay. I think.
I think imagine
that's it for now. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the gambling. Sorry, the gambling. The observation of the gambling. That's what I wanted to ask, and we'll come to the applicant later. But did you see any cash being involved in this?
No. I mean, obviously there was if having seen the footage that we've all seen, there was a kind of a blackjack table and etc. So there was chips and all sorts of bits and pieces. What the arrangement around the value of the chips, or was it it's unclear. But I would also kind of link that into the contactless payment sum up, which is on page 73, which obviously that device when we attended was blocked at the time. But, that is obviously an option for payment. But we can't validate whether there's any payment or it's just kind of like friendly sort of competition. For the 21st of the 1st.
Obviously, with reference to that, obviously I've attended twice, and there was a till there saying it was a shisha, £25. So there was a till there. I know recently we've gone and there has been no till device there, but historic, when I first went into this building, there was a till behind the counter. Alcohol bottles were there, bottles of gin, bottles of vodka and stuff like that. behind a kitchen. So that's obviously interpretation as that as you want it as well. There was clearly alcohol on the premises. That if it was a customer, that surely it would be at their table, not behind a serving counter.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I remember seeing that in one of the videos. Yeah. Perhaps the chair can ask the applicant about it before we close, about that item as well. Thank you very much. That's it for now.
Moving on, I'd like to call the licensing authority to put their case, Mr. Harry PC Redhill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. If I may speak first. Right, obviously I'm aware that you've been through my representation, which I see before us is page 82. I'd just like to highlight a few points. I think from the licensing point of view, we are of the belief that Mr. Al-Mashali has been involved in these premises for some time, as I sort of hinted at earlier in my questions. But I would like to point out that obviously now in my rep, in paragraph 3, obviously we give reference to the Creative Shop Company, and obviously now that's now changed to this Mr. Dahir. My point in regards to that, and I know that you spoke about it earlier and you will speak about it again, is the fact that we, should the license be granted, we have a premises license holder here who effectively, it appears, has nothing to do with the shop. We have a designated premises supervisor, if that's so granted, of Mr. Al-Mashali, who effectively we could be just, to put it bluntly, chasing our tails, trying to find out who actually is responsible. As the manager, will Mr. Al-Mashali, formally put that in writing that he is responsible for all activities, legal or not legal, that we find taking place there. So that is my concern, obviously, with regards to paragraph 3. We go on to the fact that, as I say, I believe that he's been involved in there since 2014 with regards to a lease being given to a Mr. Badr Nazir. In my paragraph 4, I also refer to variations of the name. I think my most important point is the fact that, reiterating what the police have said about the visits to the premises, I left the council in 2015 just to move. I moved to Wales and left the council and dealt with the premises for a few years before that. And it's quite ironic that I've come back recently and straight away I'm still dealing with this premises. I can remember that obviously on the paragraph 7, we go into my visit on the Saturday, the 28th of February, when it was a very large team. We went to the visit, as you can see. And going down through it, we wound up, myself and one of my colleagues wound up on the roof of the premises where they tried to stash some coals and some pipes up there because there was a delayed entry. Obviously, there's not a back door for them, so their only escape, shall I say, was via the roof. But as I say, we found them on the roof with them. But if I may go into paragraph 9, my point being in relation to, obviously, the previous involvement. If we go down my paragraph, really sort of 2/3, we go on to me where I say that a police officer took possession of a card with a mobile number. It was then traced by a colleague to almashali.com. And that then is on page 96, which is appendix 2, where there's a picture of it. Now, since then, subsequently, since I've returned and since this application came in, we made further inquiries, obviously earlier in the year, around about the time that the application came in. And as it says in my rep, the company no longer exists, but the company on the company's house is still there with the name of Badr Nazir. And as I said earlier, when I questioned Mr. Al-Mashali, my point is that Badr Nazir from almashali.com back in 2015 had a date of birth of July 1983. And I think I'm right in saying that Mr. Al-Mashali confirmed that his date of birth is the 1st of July 1983. So from my point, I firmly believe that this is the same gentleman and he has been involved in the premises for a number of years. And obviously all the incidents that have taken place illegally are down to this gentleman. So then if I may just carry on over to the next page, the paragraph, it's still part of paragraph 9, where obviously I then refer to a complaint that came in, and that's on page 102, where there's an anonymous complaint. Obviously the details of the complaint have been obscured, but Mr. Badr Al-Mashali is named in this complaint, and this was in 2018. So again, bearing in mind that Mr. Al-Mashadi claims he's only taken responsibility for the premises in 2019. Again, I believe that this shows that what we're dealing with, or what you are dealing with, should I say. My rep obviously then goes on to verifying all the natural complaints, etc., etc. Am I dealing with a licensing representative who was representing Mr. Al-Mashadi at the first part of this application back in March, which that obviously then ceased. I then go on to my further rep, if I may, where obviously in regards to my visit on the morning of the 3rd of September this year, in company with the police officers and Samantha Cowell from Trading Standards. Obviously, you've seen my representation, what we found. We've discussed the fact that, once again, it seems that everybody in the premises is Mr. Al-Mashadi's friends or relations. And we've obviously you've already heard about the number of pipes that were seen, the number of people, and PC Rehill will obviously go into greater detail, Madam Chairman, for that. In essence, I know obviously there'll be questions for me, but from a licensing perspective, we have no confidence that Mr. Al-Mashadi, if a license were granted, would comply or promote any of the licensing objectives. And I fear that within a matter of months, we'll still be visiting. Even if a license were granted, we'd be going there at all hours of the morning after he's allegedly closed, trying to get in. And we will essentially be putting this matter before you again, Madam, perhaps even in the form of a review of repeated breaches of the Licensing Act. I believe that he has, as I say, I do believe he's been involved in it for a number of years. We've had all these incidents over the years with regards to breaches in COVID, illegal activities. Whilst I fully agree, I personally have never seen any alcohol being sold there. But obviously, we nonetheless have all the other implications. We have the shisha smoking outside. It's apparent it's illegal. He doesn't have any authority to use the outside pavement. I believe I'm right in saying the lease only covers the basement. He doesn't have any right to be outside on the street. He has also been basically putting out pipes and tables and chairs along the street to the right, facing out onto Beecham Place, where premises were unused. Actual shops were being unused. And I was receiving complaints very recently from shop owners saying that they didn't realise they finished at 6 o'clock at night, go home, and then they were getting told that actually there's all these tables and chairs and shisha smoking going on in front of their premises, which is obviously I've then passed that on to the respective tables and chairs department of the council to be dealt with street enforcement, which I understand has been dealt with. So in essence, Madam, I have no confidence whatsoever that the licensing objectives would be promoted. And obviously I'll now await your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, could I just press you, or perhaps even legal might come in on this tables and chairs issue, because I had understood that there was no requirement for a pavement licence where the tables and chairs have been placed. So could someone clarify that for me?
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the placing of tables and chairs along Beecham Place, where the pavement lights are, which is invariably between like the small staircases that go up to the shop. So where the pavement lights are, it's deemed to be private land. Therefore, no licence is required. But obviously, if tables and chairs are put on the adjoining footway, then yes, a pavement licence would be required.
Yeah.
Of interest too, the premises plan submitted with this application stops at the shop front, so it doesn't include the pavement licence anyway. So there can't be any licensable activities on those pavement licences because it doesn't form part of the premises plan either. Perhaps Paul Phelan can confirm that from licensing.
Thank you, Lindsay. That's correct. I've shared the plan on the screen that shows the areas that are encompassed by the application.
So in order to put tables and chairs outside the adjoining shops, there would have to be a licence. There should be a licence.
Well, it will be a private law issue. If tables and chairs are put on the private land element of the adjoining shops, then it's a bit of a trespass issue, isn't it? But if they're actually put on the footway, the publicly maintained footway, which is like beyond the pavement licenses, then that is public highway, then a license is required. But I'm not clear exactly the extent of the tables and chairs. It may well just be on the pavement license element.
Okay, Dory, you have some questions?
Well, yeah, but my questions, I suppose, are really for the applicant. So we should do, unless you propose them, maybe we do that after this section. I don't have anyone for the licensing team at the moment. For the other team, sorry.
We'll move on. We'll pick up all the questions at the end.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Any questions from the police?
No questions. Thank you much, Chair.
Okay. Any questions from noise and nuisance?
No questions from me at the moment, Chair.
Trading standards?
No questions, thank you.
Don't forget the applicant.
The applicant, sorry. Mr. Al-Mashali, would you like to ask a question of the licensing team?
No, sure.
Okay. Right, so going now to Winston Labar, noise and nuisance. You have 10 minutes.
Madam, may I also, obviously, PC Rahill is my witness.
Oh, yes,
PC
sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam.
Hi, this is PC Rahill.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, just to basically add as evidence to the visit we carried out on the 2nd of September at around 1:40 in the morning, which carried out in conjunction with the licensing enforcement officers and trading standards. I mean, I have submitted a statement, and my statement outlines the visit. It outlines the fact that at 1:40 in the morning, I was in full uniform when I approached the premises, and as I approached, I saw several people sitting outside on tables on the pavement directly outside the venue, with a few people using shisha pipes. And as I approached the front door entrance to the building, I saw a man quickly run in, and I suspected he was going to try and lock the internal door, which leads down to the basement. So I quickened my pace and got ahead of him. And I noticed Mr. Al-Mashali was behind me as I went downstairs to the basement premises, and saw a number of people sitting there using shisha pipes. And as we stated earlier, I spoke to a couple who Mr. Al-Mashali stated a female was someone called Sabrina, who was related to him. And when we spoke to them, they gave different names and stated they were not related to Mr. Al-Mashali. That's all on body-worn video as well. And that's it.
Okay. Mr. Labar, do you have anything to add?
No, I just wanted to, Madam Chairman, I just wanted to speak with regard to my representations that I've made. In addition to the representations made by the police and the licensing team, my role concerns public nuisance, and my representation outlines conditions that should be considered as part of the application should the committee wish to grant the license, as I do not have any confidence that the premises will be run without breaching the licensing conditions or fulfilling the role that the licensee should do with respect to the prevention of public nuisance. That's my representation is already in the bundle. I believe it starts on page 8. There's nothing further I want to add. If there are any questions, please proceed.
Okay, I have no questions. Dory?
Chair, yes, it's going back one step. When shisha smokers were seen outside, the quote was on the pavement. I'm just looking at the premises now. I mean, this is a July 22 Google Street View, so it has an optician's there next to the entrance. are we talking about, and the footway there is the lit footways, glass lights, which is private, presumably. So when the shisha smokers were they seen on that bit, which is extremely narrow, of course, it's what, 3 steps wide, or was it actually on the public pavement? Could we just clarify that, please?
Yeah, it was. So the tables were set quite close to the window.
Did not protrude onto the public bit.
Yeah, they have, obviously, in this visit and going forward and previously, is he puts benches or chairs towards the window, a table, then another chair, so it is technically protruding the footpath. He goes to the adjacent building as well and does it outside the same. So
which number, 12 or 10?
11. So it should be 9, I think, because they're evens and odds. So it should be outside 9.
It's consecutive. It's confusing.
Oh, so it would be. So it would be 10 then next door. So it's technically closed down at the minute, but they are doing repair work.
Right, the blue frontage, which was a beauty salon of some sort.
Yeah,
and
in July.
Number 9.
Councillor, if I refer you to page 78 on my bundle, I've got a picture. It's a nighttime grab that hopefully will kind of give you some sort of dynamic. Page 78, and also the front of the premises is on. Oh, let me.
Can't see anything in that. Also, not on the online version shown. These pictures are really not that good. The original might be better. I can't see anything on that one.
No, you can't see much.
Well, I can see a rubbish bag in the middle of the pavement, but that's about it.
Just that. See where my I just see my cursor. Where the light's shining in the window. That's the opticians, and the rails. That's where the steps are to the premises. So that frontage bit is where the tables and chairs are normally apparently are to be placed. Also on page 56, I've got a kind of a frontal picture of the premises. So if you can imagine between those two, should be able to give you a little bit of.
Well, I see the steps, but it's really, there's nothing there. There's just steps there. On page 56 of the bundle, I can just see steps and a little bit of the shop window to the right, to the north. I think, is it? I don't know which way it is. Whatever. There's no tables and chairs out there that I can see.
Well, yeah, that at the time it wasn't. At the time that we were there wasn't.
Right. So I'm just trying to step. So in front of what is the opticians on that, the lit bit, there were the tables, and some of it protruded onto the highway, onto the public pavement. And you were saying next door, but you didn't say which next. I'm trying to understand which next door, left or right.
I've just got on Google Maps, and it is outside. He also uses number 10, the blue building. He uses that footpath as well. Yeah.
Right, where there's a planter, but the point it's extremely narrow, so it's impossible to actually have something there which doesn't protrude.
No, absolutely. So he has
narrower than the one in front of the optician. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he's actually needs a highways license or a tables and chairs license.
Yes.
If he's going to do it again.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
And not to mention permission, but that's not our business. Permission from the premises next door.
Yeah, absolutely.
Madam Chairman, if I may also add, for the Councillor Smetlin, that I, as I said earlier, I was getting complaints from number 9, Patara, as well. So it was literally going, if you faced out from number 11, on your right-hand side would be number 10 and number 9. Both of them had tables and chairs out in front of them as well in the evenings.
Patara, yes. And they complained about that.
Yes, they did, Councillor. Yes, they did.
The fact that tables and chairs belonging to Mr. Amashali or White Lounge has been put there. Yes, that's equally narrow. That's not quite as narrow. It's as the width appears to be the same as outside the opticians at 11.
Yes, but that is correct. Yes, the person who runs the business there, was on the phone to me on a number of occasions, and it was dealt with. But yes, thank you.
Thanks very much. That's actually very illuminating. So we have tables and chairs outside 2 other premises for at least for one of which we know no permission was obtained.
Yes, that's definitely the case, Councillor Smeton. Yes, definitely.
Because if Patara complained, that suggests that they didn't give any authority to put the tables and chairs out. Okay.
Do you have any more questions?
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Noor?
No question, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So then I will ask Mr. Al-Mashali, do you have any questions for the noise and nuisance?
Yes.
team?
Yes, for Batara place. This Batara place closed, already closed. How you complain for me and the place closed, already closed 1 year, 2 years, not open. How?
It's not closed 2 years.
1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year and a half, yeah. 1 year, 1 year and a half. It's closed the place.
It doesn't look closed in this picture. And this picture's from July 22. Oh, it says temporarily closed. It does say that. Sorry.
Yeah, so it was closed by closure order for the exact same incident about antisocial behaviour, crime and disorder. It has been done a full refurb. That's where it currently sits with the Katara.
Right.
Okay,
Do you know
well,
when it was closed?
Check it out.
You still can't stick tables and chairs outside somebody else's premises.
Number 10.
Can you?
Sorry?
Well, you can't put tables and chairs outside somebody else's premises, whether they're open or closed, without permission, surely.
Yeah, we do this mistake. We put outside because this time it's nice weather and all the customer come in and asking for outside. We don't have any space outside our building. We have small place for 3, 4 table. That's why you use other place than when we email. They asking no open the table and in the other place we moved. We don't put anymore.
Chair, could I ask my question of the applicant here? It's extremely relevant to this answer.
No, Dory, we were asking questions of noise nuisance here.
Okay.
That's what we're doing, and we'll just
All
go
right.
round in circles. So, are there any questions for the police, for the noise nuisance team?
No questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, not from either.
From the licensing authority,
No questions, Madam. Thank you.
from trading standards.
No questions, Madam. Thank you.
Okay, so trading standards are now going to put their case. Ms. Cowell, could you please present your submission?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As can be seen from my representations, the premises has been concerned for several years regarding shisha smoking taking place within the premises. Whilst breaches I've highlighted my representation relate to Tobacco and Health Act related offences, I think already highlighted within this hearing, it demonstrates the ongoing non-compliance of the premises despite our actions and advice. So as we've already discussed, the premises in question is within the basement of the property. The basement is completely enclosed, doesn't have access to any outside space. Therefore, smoking is not permitted under the Health Act and smoke-free legislation. So we've noted numerous breaches over the years. If you look at paragraphs 6 to 13 of my representation, which I believe is on pages 106, 107 of the bundle. The most recent was only a few weeks ago, so as discussed by the police and also my colleagues in licensing, early hours of the 3rd of September 2020 place. As a result, obviously we need to take into consideration all the facts of the case and all of the considerations before any decision is made in this regard as to whether we go for prosecution or any other form of formal action. So I'll just go on. The business has been advised numerous times as well. I'll highlight that in my representations that a general advice letter was sent to the premises in June 2020. That was during the COVID period when we advised about closure of COVID premises. But during that as well, we also gave advice on the Health Act and also in relation to the tobacco legislation. So they would have received that letter then. The premises are also visited by my colleague George Moratis on the 22nd of April 2022. Again, at that time, non-compliant shisha tobacco was seized. Again, it didn't bear the relevant information that was required under the tobacco legislation. This is detailed in his witness statement, which forms part of the bundle as well. So again, whilst it's really in summary, it's just highlighting that whilst it relates to Tobacco and Health Act breaches, it does demonstrate that there is ongoing non-compliance at the premises, despite all of our actions and advice. And my main concern is that the operators may not comply with the terms and conditions of a premises licence. Their prior history demonstrates that they've failed to promote the licensing objective of preventing crime and disorder. And that appears to be an ongoing thing even recently as well. So that's all I wish to address as part of my representations.
Thank you, Ms. Cowell. Can I just start by asking you, say you've had sort of a long-term relationship with this particular premises.
That's correct.
And it's demonstrated non-compliance with various different regimes or schemes. Was there ever a time when they weren't with you or listened to you or, would take anything on board? Or has it been sort of like an uphill struggle the whole way?
Trading Standards only took over the lead for shisha enforcement in 2019. Since that date, I've only been aware of non-compliances, so we've never had a period. But then during the COVID period, the premises were shut, and then that responsibility fell to the police in the issuing of FPNs and everything. So from a trading standards perspective that I'm aware of, no, there hasn't been compliance that I'm aware of during that period since 2019.
Thank you. Councillor Schmetterling.
I have no questions for this authority.
Okay. Councillor Noor?
No, Chair, thank you.
The applicant, would you like to ask a question?
Not
of the trading standards? You're on mute. Okay. So I will go to any questions from the police?
No, thank you from PCTV.
Okay.
No questions, Chair. PC Davis.
Licensing authority?
No questions, thank you, madam.
Noise and nuisance?
No questions, thank you, madam.
Okay.
Chair, can I just jump in here? It's Lindsay from Legal.
You may.
I think we're going to need to adjourn for a good 10 minutes because an issue's cropped up about the validity of this application.
Okay.
Which we need to discuss before we go into the draft conditions session. So if we could adjourn this meeting.
Could we pick up a couple of questions that I think Councillor Schmetterling has to ask the applicant before we do so?
Yes, good idea. Thank you.
Is that okay? So I've got one, Mr. Al-Mashali, about the gambling, and I think we've kind of answered it, but we've seen a video where people are gambling. Now, were they playing for money or were they playing for fun?
No, for fun. This for fun. For fun. Just people. You all separate.
Okay, Dory, you had
no money. No, nothing. Just so for fun. No.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that's one of my questions. I have others. First of all, would you like to comment on the fact that the police have photographed bottles on the shelf behind the counter, the kitchen area? I can't remember what they said, which indicates that these were not just brought in by one or two people, to have on their table, but they were there available on a larger scale, which you brought in or the workers brought in. Could you please comment on that? That's one question.
Yeah, I say these days for fun, for the people, for all people, you Russian people bring the drink yourself from outside, not from inside. The people bring the drinks from outside.
So that's why so many bottles were standing on the shelf.
Yeah. Just because the bribe, no for sale, no for that. Just you see the video, lot of people for the event, You see for fun, for You bring tables, you bring for something, you bring food, you bring everything for fun, no for nothing, no for sale.
Okay, I see a hand up. I can't see whose it is.
Yes, Chair, it's PC Davis. I'm sorry, so I'm a little bit out of hand in relation to asking questions, but since it's been mentioned around this gambling, surely there was an element of payment for usage of the premises, whether it was paying for the party, the organizer. Can Mr. Al-Shamaili kind of clarify on that?
Sorry again, say again.
To be honest, I think we need Lindsay to come in on that. Because
was an entrance fee payable or some other charge for being present? That's on the premises. That's the question.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Okay, sorry, Lindsay. I think that police were saying that in a way you are paying for gambling if you're paying an entrance fee or something like that. But I'm not sure that is the case.
Well, Mr. Al-Mashali has said that it was for fun. Obviously, PC Davis has said that it may well be linked to the contactless receptor, which obviously they don't have access to. It may well be the case that money has been paid, but obviously we don't have direct proof of that.
Yeah.
Well, can we ask Mr. Al-Mashali whether people paid to be there?
So
yes,
again,
yes.
Could Mr. Mashali, was there a payment not for gambling but for being present on the premises?
No, not payment.
No pay.
Right. May I then carry on? Second point is, so we talked about bottles on the shelf. I've got two more questions. One is the smaller one, which I started on, but I think it's become more relevant, which we didn't finish, but it was more relevant now, given what we heard about the ownership of premises. Is this business of, so what was the name of it? This other company I asked you about called Kahwed Azmi Limited. Is that your new company?
No. It's not the address.
Okay. So what is it?
Sorry?
What is it? Because you said you're not a director and it's not a new company. So what is it?
I don't know. You know this company?
It's on the company's house website.
No. This Kahwed Azmi, yes, I'm director before this. I know this business. This because I have another business. This.
You are a director of it, or you're not?
Yeah, I'm director for rent cars. That's not for.
Okay, all right, that's it then. My final question is really the fundamental thing, and also relates directly to the answer that your wife gave about the tables and chairs in front of other premises. Do you understand the purpose of the licensing regime and the need to follow rules? There was no permission given to put tables and chairs outside other people's premises. So the question really arises, if you understand how you understand the licensing regime and how you intend to promote the licensing objectives and what steps you intend to take when running the premises daily and the management of staff.
Yes, but we see also Layalina. First, Layalina, they put table and chairs and other place. Then we put also, because we see the people put and everywhere, but no one say anything. Just as when they start to put, they start complaining. I don't know why. And the same time.
What's the relevance of this? Other premises do other things. We don't know if they have permission or not. Occasionally, we do see premises, restaurants and so on, putting tables and chairs out of other people's premises, but they do have permission. So forget other people. Please talk to me about you. How do you understand the licensing regime, that you have rules to follow? How are you going to follow them? How are you going to manage the premises if we want to give you a license?
Jory, I think there is a lack of understanding that you actually need a license in general to put tables and chairs out on the pavement.
Sorry, can we get them to answer? Sorry.
I think they don't understand, Dory.
What?
I think they don't understand.
Yeah, I'm saying, but there's an understanding of licensing. They just said because other people are doing it, we're doing it. Do you understand the licensing regime, first of all? What the point of the rules are?
Yeah,
and
I'm
how
calling
you.
for the license, and they explain to me by phone, and they say to me, because you don't have a license, you don't need to have license for table and chairs outside. You have to take permission for table and chair outside. I say to him, okay, I want permission for table and chairs outside. Say to me, we can't do anything now until the 15th of September, after the hearing of the court. We can, you know.
Yeah, but it's your premises, not other people's premises. I mean, do you understand the rules and how you promote the licensing objectives? This is the thing that's been bothering me.
I think we need to stop here, if you don't mind.
Yes,
Sorry for
I
so
think-
rudely interjecting. We need to go into private session to discuss a technical issue.
Okay.
So if we could go, if governance could put a short adjournment sign up, can you give us at least 10 minutes, and we will, the councillors and myself will convene in the private session, then we will come back to this session, please.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, Anne, have we got the...
We don't have Councillor Near at the moment.
Okay, well, yeah, he will come through, don't worry. I'm looking more for the applicant.
Applicant is with us.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
here.
I'll wait for Councillor Noor.
There he is.
Okay. Are we all present?
I believe we are, Chairman.
Okay.
We also have Fiona Johnson and Sharon Dybel who have joined us from licensing.
Okay, that's good. I think he's just trying to settle somewhere, probably away from the kids or something.
To repeat, Mr. Mashali, 2 further licensing officers have joined this call.
Okay, thank you, Dory.
Sorry, because the ticket now we woke up. Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. So, Mr. Al-Mashali, we have come up with a technical issue about this application. So I'm going to try and explain it to you, and then I'm going to get our lawyer, the legal representative, to come in. The application, we're calling you the applicant, but the application is for the Creative Shop Company Limited. So we don't understand the relationship between them and you. We are granting, we're calling you the applicant, but the name I've got here is Creative Shop Company Limited. So we can't, unless you are very involved with this company, we can't give the license to them unless we would get a director here, perhaps to explain. So I'm just going to ask you what relationship you have with Creative Shop Company Limited. Will they be involved in the running of the basement at 11 Beecham Place? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
What relation between creative?
يعني الحين شنو الشغل؟ كلمي انت عاد السؤال انت.
Excuse me? Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Yeah. We are calling you the applicant. We've asked you the questions, your husband, everything. But the name we have down for the license is the Creative Shop Company Limited. So there's a technical problem. We can't, the license can't go to that company if they are not related to your business. So what I'm saying is, firstly, if you could explain the relationship between Creative Shop Company Limited to me, and then I will get a lawyer to come in and explain why we've got a problem with this.
Yeah. The Creative Shop company is the company managed this place from 2019, from October 2019 until this month. We changed the director, becoming new director for the company.
Will the Creative Shop Company Limited be running the basement, the White Lounge basement at number 11?
Yes, from 2019, this company ran this business until 2022.
Okay, I'm going to call in Lindsay now.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just to go on from Councillor Ross's question. So will Creative Company have involvement with the running of the premises from now onwards, from when Mr. Dahir became director? Will they be involved in the day-to-day running of the premises if a premises license is granted?
Yeah, still the company now running the place, still under name, the company still registered with the council, still the same company run the place.
I think the problem is you've got Creative Company Limited who are the applicants, but obviously Mr. Al-Mashamli is the leaseholder, and you've said he's going to be the designated premises supervisor, and I think you've said he's going to be managing the place and opening it as a restaurant. What involvement will Creative Company have in the running of the business? What is the relationship? What involvement will they have?
Yeah, Creative, they manage the place like direction. They do everything. They bring staff. They do everything, and Mr. Al-Mash'ali, they have the personal license for the alcohol. He guaranteed the personal license. That the combination between the Al-Mash'ali and Creative Shop Company. You know.
Sorry, can you just repeat that again? Sorry. So
yeah,
what will Mr. Dahir as Creative Company be doing in relation to the premises?
Mr. Dahir is new director for the company.
Yes. Yeah. What will he be doing?
He's doing. He now start to manage the play. He start to run everything with like direction. Everything with the bank, with the council, everything. He's the director, because Badr he's the owner. He can't do two things at the same time. He can't be the owner and the supervisor at the same time. He ran the company.
So does your husband have any involvement in the company at all? Obviously he's not a director anymore, but is he a shareholder? He's
before his director. Yeah.
Is your husband able to confirm all this?
Yes. Hello.
I'm still. Do you mind if I just repeat the question? Also, there's a poor kiddie in the background there, which is probably distracting for everybody. Creative Shop Company has been sold. Sorry, Mr. Mashali, you have sold the company.
No, I sold the company. See, that's what you said. No, I say this Mr. Zahir is director for the company, new director for the company, okay? Because he helped for me for everything. Because I have now, I don't have, I see now, I have the children. I don't have time. I go the morning in the shop. For me, after I go to my restaurant,
I want empty. So what will Mr. Okay, I think we just really need to be clear that if a license were to be granted to the company, exactly what involvement the company would have in the running of the premises. Would they be dealing with the day-to-day management? And I think I prefer Mr. Al-Mashli to kind of respond to that.
Yeah, the company, the Creative, it's from 2019. They are managed the place.
Yeah, we're talking about now.
It's about
now, not.
The relationship's not. The family relationship is not important. It's the legal relationship. What we're trying to clarify, and there's a major technical issue, is whether Creative Company still will own the White Lounge business. This is not clear. Who
I think
owns
a way
White Lounge
forward.
business, the lease
The creative
and the business?
The creative shop company on the White Lounge, and the Badr he's on all the lease, all the place he owns. But the company he on the White Lounge. The White Lounge is registered with the council, registered everywhere. You know,
Okay.
the combination.
So why was there a mention of a transfer? If this license is granted, why was there a mention of the immediate transfer to Mr. Al Mashali? This is what. Why is there a need to transfer anything if there's still the same owner?
No, because yesterday when I speak with the officer from the council, he say to me, now it's new director. Say yes, if new director, and if we have any issue, the new director he deal with us. If any question from the council, he accept to transfer the license.
Transfer what though? From where to where? To whom?
From creative shop company to Badr Al Mashali, to the owner.
Can I just interject here? I'm thinking
surely. It doesn't make
whether
any
it
sense.
might be a good idea. Is there any way that we can get Mr. Daher to join this meeting just to kind of speak and clarify, and whether Mr. Al Mashali can perhaps get some urgent legal advice?
Okay.
We've got Mr. Daher's telephone number.
Sorry.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Now he can. You want him to join now?
Yes.
Well, I'm just thinking, can you
An
speak to him,
hour,
see if he's
half an
available
hour.
to join?
Yeah, you can speak
Sorry?
with him now and send him link to enjoy.
Okay, Anne or Gareth, can you send, I think you've got the email address for Mr. Daher. Can you send the link, and then perhaps or can someone ring Mr. Daher and ask him to join?
Yes, sure, yeah.
I can.
You can.
No.
تليفونك في ايدك.
Mama, I go pee pee.
MT, could I just push off for a minute? Need to go
Oh, I
somewhere.
think I'll let you.
Thank you. I need to go somewhere.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
We might have to adjourn for an hour or so. I think just wait and see what happens.
Yeah, okay.
I go toilet. Go.
Sorry, I can't give Mr. Daher the same link. I have an email, or I have to send him another link.
Samia, Mama.
Governance will send him the link. If you could just ring him, that would be great.
Mama.
Mr. Daher said yes, he can. He can speak with phone or by link in the meeting.
Well,
Mr. Zahir, you think email or phone? Which you like? He sent for you.
both, just in case.
Yeah, yes. You think for you? Send email.
We don't have his email. I think we should have it.
We've got his email.
So we
I'm
can
just
actually
finding it.
ask a question.
I've got his email address. I'll forward it to Anne to send the link. Just bear with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I've already sent it to Anne, actually, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Your email from late on.
This morning. Yeah, okay.
I've now sent the link to him.
Right.
The applicant's just spoken to him, so he's aware it's en route.
حافظك عليه عندك عليه.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I think we have Mr. Daher.
Yeah, this is Daya.
Thank you for joining us.
Mr. Daher. We're just waiting for the chair to join us. One moment, please. Thank you for joining, though.
Yeah.
Shabab, Siftu, Shabab.
Hello, are we all here now?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Mr. Daher has joined us.
Hello, Mr. Daher. Thank you for coming.
No problem.
I don't know whether Mr. Ahmad Shirley has explained. We've had a technical problem with the application because the name, the applicant's name in the actual license is the Creative Shop Company Limited, And we don't understand particularly the relationship between Creative Shop Company Limited and Mr. Alma Shally. We have to grant a license to the person who's actually running the business. So I'm going to put in one of the lawyers in case I haven't explained that very well. So Sharon, if you'd like to reiterate.
Thanks, Chair. So this is Lindsay Limazuri, the lawyer. I'm probably going to call in Sharon just to clarify the terms of Section 16. So the problem is...
Sorry, Lindsay, it's Anne from Governance.
Yeah.
I just think that we should make Mr. Tahir aware that this meeting is being live streamed.
Okay.
Via YouTube.
Yeah.
So just so you're aware that you're on a live stream of a meeting. That's a public meeting. So
and it's recorded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you. Okay, so Creative Company Limited are applying for this license, and up until recently, Mr. Alma Shamli was a director, but now he's no longer a director. And obviously, the concern is that it would appear that Mr. Alma Shamli, well, he is the leaseholder of the premises, and I think we just want to know what involvement going forward Creative Shop Company will have in the running of the premises.
Okay, so what is the question?
So you are the director of Creative Shop Company Limited.
Yeah, yeah.
What involvement are you and the company going to have in the running of the premises?
Okay, actually, in fact, I am doing this to help Mr. Al-Mashali, you know. So,
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm the director of this company.
So is Mr. Alma Shamli really the director, I suppose is what the question is, but you're the name director?
No, I am the main director. I'm helping him. He is the director as well.
But he's unofficially a director. So you're the official director and he's unofficially the director.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't have a problem to help him on this, you know, on this company. This is what I did already.
Okay. And okay, so I'm just trying to think out loud. I might just bring in one of the other lawyers, Mr. Burnett, see if he's got any questions to kind of further this point. Steve, are you there?
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Do you know whether your company will be involved in the management of the premises?
If I do what?
Do you know whether your company will have any involvement in the running of the premises, White Lounge?
Yeah, exactly. I know.
No, what is the answer to the question? It's a question, not a statement.
So, I didn't understand the question. If you can tell me again.
Okay. Will your company have any involvement in the management or running of the White Lounge?
Yeah, it will have.
It will have. Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I wanted to ask.
May I ask a question? Oh, sorry. Sure. May I ask a question that's connected with this? Mr. Al-Mashali spoke about, maybe I misunderstood, or he spoke about the transfer of the license. If we give a license today to Creative Shop company, he said that immediately there will be a transfer of the license to him. I do not understand that. What does that mean? A transfer to whom? What company? What?
I didn't get the question either, actually. So
He said, Mr. Al-Mashali said, if we give a license today, The license will be transferred from Creative Shop company to something else. Is this correct?
I don't understand. Maybe Mashali is here. You was asking him.
Let me ask. You say you're helping out your friend, Mr. Al-Mashali, with his business. Are you helping him in the way of doing the finance, the books, getting the staff, the banking? How are you helping? Are you doing things like that with him to run the business?
If I'm helping him with the bank, I really don't. If you can just make your question more clear, so I can.
How will you help? How will you help?
Will you help him get staff?
Yeah, I
will help him with supplies. Will you help? Will you be involved?
I will help him with running the business, of course.
That's just the question. Okay. There we go. Sharon. Does that answer satisfy you?
Sorry, I just,
Ms.
just want. Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Can you just explain, when you say you're helping him, is your company Creative Shop Company Limited? Are you the owner of that company, or is Mr. Al-Shamali the owner of that company?
I am the owner.
Okay, and you are going to be involved in the day-to-day running of that business, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So
you're going to be involved in the day-to-day running of the White Lounge. Your company is going to be running the White Lounge. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just really want to come back. Did I understand correctly that Mr. Al-Mashali talked about transfer of the license, if granted?
I believe that's a separate issue, Councillor Schmetterling.
But that suggests that it's okay. But it suggests
it's after with the issue, after the transfer. It's no problem because you know me the guy.
Say again.
I say this after.
Well, that's the point. Why is it going to be transferred?
No, say in the future, like in 2 years, 3 years, if something happen, if Mr. Daher he want no anymore run this company, or he want to move from running the White Lounge, he don't have any problem to transfer the license to Badr al-Mashali, to his company.
So you're both going to be involved in the day-to-day running. So,
but you're talking on the future, yeah, like for 2-3 years, if you want transfer, he don't have any problem. He say yes.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm okay. Well, do you mind? There's still something. You see, Mrs. Al-Mashali spoke about also about this transfer, and I still don't understand why there's even a discussion about transfer of a license at this stage. And also, she mentioned the fact that they was told they can't make a second application when the first one is already there. So why would you make another application anyway if there's no change of ownership of the business? It's still puzzling.
Yeah, because when we own this place in 2019, we have license under name Ali, the previous owner. And we don't know, we have option to transfer from the previous owner to us. And you know, the COVID came in 2020 and the license expired in March 2020. We try in July 2020 to extend or to transfer, say there is no, you have just to like 1 month or 3 month time for to transfer or to extend. You didn't do in the right time, that now you have to apply the new one. That's why I'm saying the Creative Shop Company, if grant the license, they don't have any problem in the future to transfer to other company. Like
Mm. Okay, thank you.
Right, I think we're clear that.
Can I ask if
Yeah.
Sharon is satisfied by the answer? And you, Lindsay? Yeah?
I mean, if Creative Shop Company is involved in the running of the business, then they would meet the requirement under Section 16 of the Licensing Act as a person who is carrying on that business.
And that is what they've done, have they? So I think we can probably move forward if you're satisfied, Sharon.
If the lawyers, I mean, there are 3 lawyers on this call and you, Sharon, so I think I know what I heard was that was the undertaking, yes.
Hello, Steve Burnett here. Yes, I'm completely satisfied with the answers, and yes, you can proceed with the hearing.
Okay, all right. So I think we've exhausted all our questions now, and we've come to the end of the meeting. So what we will say is we have to now go into a private session.
Sorry, Chair, we need to do the draft conditions. Sorry to butt in. There still is the draft conditions session to do, which you may want to do after adjournment or not.
Oh, I completely forgot.
It's 1:38 now. I mean, do you want a short break and come back, or does everybody want
45 minutes?
How many minutes, Dory?
I just suggested 45, but you can decide maybe 30 or, well, 60 is probably unnecessary, but maybe 45, 30, I don't know, 45.
30,
whatever you think.
Would you like a 30-minute break?
30 minutes would be fine.
I'm happy with that.
Okay,
are the lawyers happy with that?
I thought we'd come to the end, but we have to go through the conditions. So we will break for half an hour and come back.
So that will be, what time will that be coming back? Will that be 10 past 2? 10 past 2, okay. And then we'll have the... Lovely, thank you.
Chair, sorry, it's Anne from Governance.
Yes.
Sorry, we had a gentleman join us, James Adam, join the meeting very recently, and he is a registered objector. Could we just hear from him as to if he was just listening or?
Well, he said at the beginning he was just listening.
Well, that's a different one.
That was Alex Jackson, a different.
Oh, sorry.
Gentleman.
Okay.
Yes,
sorry.
That's all right. Mr. Adam, are you there?
Sorry, could you repeat the name, please?
It's James Adam.
Okay, thank you.
I think he's on mute, but I will try to get to some information on whether he's just joining to listen or anything else in the break.
Right. I confused him with the other one. Sorry.
Yes, no problem. That's Alex Jackson.
We will meet at 10 past 2.
10 past 2, yes.
Okay, folks.
Thank you.
If everyone could just remain on mute in this break, because obviously the meeting is still live streamed.
Sorry, because my battery down, sorry.
Oh, hello, James. Are you speaking?
I think that was Mr. Al-Mashali.
Yes, James just has his hand up. So
I say sorry because my phone down. The battery.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mashali, did you understand? We're having a break of 30 minutes. A lunch break. Did you understand? We're having a 30-minute lunch break.
Okay.
We'll come back at 14:10. 10 minutes past 2 p.m. I don't know if you understood that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
And I can't see the applicant.
No, I can't see them either. They obviously left the meeting but have not rejoined.
And do you think I confused them, that they know they're meant to come back?
I'm not sure. I have just tried to ring them, but I'm just getting voicemail. But I will continue to try and get hold of them.
Because I did start saying I forgot the conditions bit.
And I said to Mr. I said to Mr. Al-Mashali that we're having a half-hour break. We're back at 2:10.
I think Mr. De Heer is still on the line, so I don't know if he can also try and get hold of him while I'm trying as well.
Trouble is, they've got kids to feed and stuff, don't they? It's not that easy. Oops, that's a terrible picture.
Oh, he's back, don't worry.
Okay.
Lindsay, are you with us?
I'm here, yes, I'm ready.
Okay, great. Well, we've got the applicant, we have all three councillors. And Paul, are you with us from licensing?
I am, Anne, thank you.
Yes, okay. I mean, I think we can start again, and the live stream has obviously still been going.
Okay, so Lindsay.
I will take over from here. Thank you.
Over to you for conditions.
Thank you very much. Right, this session is if the councillors are minded to grant a licence. So obviously there's no guarantee they will, but obviously this is just to have a general discussion about conditions if they're minded. In the draft conditions have been circulated to all the parties and they are on the screen. I'm just going to run through them, and if particularly Mr. Nazir and Mr. Al-Mashali and Mr. De Heer, if you've got any comments to make on them, I would like to hear, as well as any of the other parties. I'm going to make a start. So I've listed all the conditions that everyone's put in place, and I've kind of just put them into an order. So the first page, they've been incorporated into other conditions. So if you could move down to number 5, please. That's where we will start. Right, so this is a condition that was offered by the applicant at the outset, and I've just tweaked the wording and added a further condition. Mr. Almashley, Mr. Dahir, are you happy with number 5, with the extra wordings in red?
1 second only, we are reading it.
No, fine, no problems.
Okay, for me it looks good. Let's see what Mr. Mashali is thinking about it.
Thank you. They are standard conditions we put on licenses.
Mr. Al-Mashadi?
Yes, I'm happy.
Are you
Yes,
happy
I'm
with
happy.
number 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, I'm
So
happy.
you're,
Yeah.
so you're both happy with those?
Yeah.
Right. Then
Yes, yeah.
if we go to number 7, so this is something that's been put forward by the police, but I've just suggested alternative wording in red. Can I have Mr. Al-Mashali and Mr. Dahir's comments on the conditions in red, please, for number 7?
Okay, give me a moment.
No problems.
Does the first person selling alcohol shall receive bigger training license?
Mama, what are you doing? Mama, I want cookie. Huh?
Al-Mashali, would you like maybe to put yourself on mute while you're not speaking so we don't get your background sounds?
Oh.
Okay, for me it looks good.
Thank you.
Let's
Mr.
see what
Al-Mashali?
Mr. Mashali think about it.
I'm agreeing with this one. Yeah.
Are you happy with both of them?
Yeah,
Words in red.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and if we could move to number 8, please. Again, a standard condition. I've just offered by or suggested by the police, but I've just tweaked the wording. Are you both happy having a daily instant log with that wording?
Yeah, give me 1 moment.
Okay.
Sorry, where's the daily incident log in here?
8.
I don't see it there.
It says a daily incident log should be kept at the premises.
Oh yeah, sorry, it starts. Yeah, I was looking at the bullet points. Yeah, okay, thank you.
It looks fair for me.
I believe your previous licensing consultant had agreed it with you.
Yeah, that's okay for me. Yeah.
Okay, so you're both okay with that, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then number 9, again, that was agreed by your licensing consultant, but do you want to just have a CCTV condition? Are you happy with the wording of that and the subsequent one?
Okay, 1 moment only.
And if you could slightly move the screen down because it kind of pans over 2 pages. Just the red wording's the relevant bit. That's it, and a little bit more because there's another 2. That's kind of it. Maybe up a bit. That's it. Yeah.
Shrink it slightly.
You won't be able to read it then.
It's okay for me. Yeah. So.
Did that hear?
Yeah.
I agree with that as well.
Okay, you're okay with both of them. Okay, if we could then move to number 11, please. So this was agreed by your licensing consultant. I'm going to just add in a couple of words. This is about a residents meeting, and I'm also going to suggest, as well as residents association and ward councillors being invited, I'm going to suggest that the police and environmental health are also invited too. Again, it's a standard condition, and I'll just slightly tweak the wording to how often it should be. I think Councillor Schmetterling's pointed something out to me. Are you happy with that wording, having a residents meeting?
I don't mind that. Let's see, Mr. Mashali, what do you think?
Yes, okay. For me, it's okay.
Thank you. Number 12.
Hang on. What about the tweaked wording? You should mention that maybe.
What are you talking about with the police and
The gap.
environmental health?
No, the
So-
gap 11. The gap of at least 5 months, because you can't
Within
have
5
6 months.
Okay.
And if there's more or shorter period, if more than 2 meetings a year.
I
It
think
says at least 2.
we can fine tune that in the deliberations, to be honest with you.
Yes.
It's not-
So is that okay, Mr. Al Mashali? We will make a small adjustment to this to make it more realistic.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Condition
Yes,
11.
yes.
Correct.
Yes,
Okay,
you
thank
can.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Number 12. This was agreed by your licensing consultant. Are you happy with number 12?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Number 13. This was again agreed by your licensing consultant, but I've just tweaked the words in red.
Yeah, for me it's okay. We can manage that.
Mr. Elmishley?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Number 14. Now, your agent said you hadn't agreed to this condition. Well, there's 2. I've added an extra one in. I just wonder what your thoughts were now on number 14 and the additional one.
I think for the security, this two people is too much, yani, because the place small, very small. I think because the wages for the 2 securities
Very high.
very high.
Would you say 1?
Yes,
Yeah.
one. Yes, one.
You're happy to have 1 security
Yeah,
door
one
supervisor, both
Yeah.
of you?
Because the place very small. You don't need 2.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Did the police or anyone else have anything to say by that condition?
I agree with Mr. Mashali.
Was it?
Lindsay, from a police perspective, 2 simple reason because of the destination location and its previous history. That's our position. Thank you.
You'd rather 2, you're saying?
Yes.
Wants 2, thank you. Does any other responsible authorities have any view on that?
I would have to agree with PC Davis with regards to its location and the busyness of the venue.
Thank you. Right, okay, the councillors can take a view on that. Number 15, you haven't agreed. I might tweak the wording so that it just relates to all smoking there'd be no smoking products sold, stored, or consumed on the premises. Are you happy with that?
Sharon, can I make a point here? If they have shisha on the pavement, they're going to want to have I don't know, whatever it is. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, so we have to. So at the moment it says no shisha tobacco products for smoking in a hookah within the premises. Perhaps we can add. So perhaps we can kind of tweak the wording so that there can't be any smoking of any kind of tobacco product inside.
Yeah,
but obviously if it's
inside.
But if it's for smoking outside, that could be okay. I'll have to think of the wording afterwards. But Mr. Al-Mashali, Mr. Dahir, are you okay with that?
I agree. No, I agree for the security, because I would.
We're talking about number 15 now, about first of all changing it to all tobacco, and then is the question, the chair said, you may have shisha smokers outside the door on the outside, so we have to make some adjustment to this to allow a shisha smoker to come outside. That's the question.
Okay, for outside, okay, put the shisha outside, but where I put the stuff inside.
Okay, we'll have someone's got their hand up.
It's the consumed. It says the consumed on the premises. We have to think about the wording. Yeah. But the point is, it's not going to be just shisha tobacco, but all tobacco.
Yeah, that's the shisha, just shisha.
No, but we have to specify all tobacco.
We don't want any smoking in the premises.
No smoking inside the premises. That's the point.
Of course, no one smoke inside. They say for just outside, but I say the stuff for the tobacco, the storage inside. The smoke outside, not inside. Yeah.
Okay, can we have PC Davis? He's got his hand up. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate Mr. Al-Shamali's response that he was storing it on behalf of different premises, etc. But in the years that we've been there, the volume of pipes that have been there are significant for an operation. It will be inside the premises as opposed to maybe a couple outside. And that is the cause of concern. There is, and Mr. Al-Shamali can clarify this on his business model moving forward. He does state he wants a restaurant, etc., etc. How is this restaurant going to work? What the menu is going to entail? What the expectations? How it's going to be advertised? Because I'm still a little bit kind of unclear about that aspect. If the committee are to grant a license in any form or shape. Thank you.
I mean, just thinking out loud. I mean, obviously, smoking isn't a licensable activity. And patrons are entitled, in terms of a normal cigarette, they can kind of come out the front of the property and smoke on the forecourt or on the street. But obviously, if it's a shisha, then obviously there's the paraphernalia that goes with it. I'm just trying to think out loud. I mean, obviously, where you place the tables and chairs on the pavement lights is very narrow. And obviously there could be health and safety implications. You know, if someone walks along the street, gets burnt, would you agree to the condition which bans smoking of shisha pipes on the forecourt at the front? Would you agree to that too? Not smoking outside?
Who are you asking?
The applicant, Mr. Al-Mashali.
I have a space from outside because the street you have a lot of space. Okay, because I would just one side chairs, no opposite, just one chairs inside. Same all shop in the street, same Baghdad, same Layalina, you know, all shop. Just you have a space when the people walk, you have space for walk.
I know you've got space on your small pavement light area. and presumably the hookers are placed on the tables or on the floor. I'm just concerned whether there might be, because the pavement's quite narrow along Beecham Place. Is that correct?
So,
I just wondered. So someone's got their hand up. Who's got their hand up? Might be able to give some input. Is that an old hand?
PC Ian Davis as a legacy hand.
Sorry, that's an old hand. Sorry, apologies.
I didn't know your hands were old, PC Davis. I thought it was just a legacy hand.
Okay. Okay. So obviously you've agreed to no smoking inside the premises, but obviously I just want to know what your view is on the forecourt area. Would you agree to the condition, possibly saying no smoking outside? I'd have to think about whether we could add this as a condition in the first place, but is that something you're agreeable to or not?
Sharon, what about people going out to have cigarettes?
Well, that's why we said tobacco, all tobacco. That's a good point. But can we just check with Mr. Applicant exactly? Has he understood the point? Is there room at the back, by the way? Is there a garden area at the back of the premises?
No.
No garden, no bag, no anything. How would they be? Yeah.
You see, the problem we see is that actually you've been seen with your tables encroaching, coming onto the public pavement. There is not a lot of space there. It's quite a narrow pavement. So, the question is, how much will it stick into the public area? Because you have a private area between the steps, left and right, and the rest of it is public. And you don't have a pavement license, I don't think.
Just my idea, not just I put the place. No, I put another place. Just a private place.
Pardon? Just what?
But just the private place, the outside.
How do you fit the table in there? I mean, to stand there is fine, but sit.
Yeah. This one you have fit for 4 tables, 8 chairs.
Okay, I think the applicant doesn't want to agree to that latter part of the condition. It's something you're going to have to consider, and I'm going to have to have a think about whether we can impose that element of the condition. So I think we're clear that the applicant's happy not to have shisha or tobacco products sold or used inside, but obviously the outside he wants to be. No, exactly. So,
it's not a question of being happy or not. It's just not allowed, period. You can't smoke.
Somebody else got their hand up. There's another hand up.
Yeah, sorry, it's PC Benjamin. Yeah, that's what I've just kind of clarify is obviously if we're doing no smoking inside, we just need to try and eliminate how we're going to do the whole pavement situation, because like I stated earlier, it's very narrow. There's very small area outside. So if we're going to start obviously putting a table and chairs, which he's already doing over 2 shops technically, then we're going to do a whole new situation with a license here.
I'm just trying to think out loud. They don't need a tables and chairs license for putting the tables and chairs on the pavement license area, on the pavement light area. So they can do that anyway. Shisha smoking isn't a licensable activity. Obviously, there are concerns about smoking, but they've agreed not to smoke inside. It's just whether we can add a condition stipulating no smoking outside, especially on that forecourt area. I think it's something I'm going to need to have a think about. But obviously, I hear everyone's concerns.
Haven't the police said they've seen it, or one of the officers said they've seen the tables and chairs encroach onto the public pavement, public highway bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I have many times, and obviously where he's taken over next door as well, and there's another table and chairs outside. There's nowhere you are going on the pavement area, which obviously is, regardless of obviously what he's got, he needs a license for.
Yeah,
because he's going on the public pavement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Issue then.
And this is obviously where I said earlier, in the sense of obviously we're breaching of is obviously if he's doing it now, how are we going to be able to confirm that the license he's going to get, or potentially he's going to be able to abide by if he can't do the rules now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And in this picture from July 22, I can't see any shop front with tables and chairs outside on Google Street View for the 6-8 shop fronts in both directions. I'm not saying there's any cafes there, but there aren't any chairs outside on the other side of the road?
I think that was done in the afternoon time, which obviously this business doesn't open till later in the afternoon, kind of thing.
In general, pizza, pasta directly across the road. Okay, well, there's nothing on the other. Oh, there's somebody's got a pavement extension further down.
Yeah, no, there's only one. Well, there's one at the top and one at the bottom's got pavement. The table and chairs outside they've got a license for. The rest of them are all. There's nothing outside.
I think we also need to bear in mind that if there is any overlap onto the public highway, then that's a highways law obstruction matter as well. So I think.
Put the chairs just 1 week and then I move. When I receive the emails, and then I move the chairs, and then he tell me I open the business 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock for lunch. I don't put chairs after 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock when I give me the profession for a green light for the protection shop. He give me green light. I put the chairs from outside because the landlord, the owner of the building, and my neighbor, the shop, he give me green light. I put the chairs outside every 7 o'clock when he close the shop.
Okay.
Not a single table and chair outside except the pavement extension that I can see. Well, police officer's seen another one somewhere, but it's not on here.
PC Davis.
Lindsay, I've got some information from Karen Brody. If I could just share this email, or I could just explain it to that might be able to help. Can you just give us a synopsis? Yeah. This was sent, and this was a query in relation to 11 Beecham on the 25th of the 4th. And Karen Brody, for everyone, she's Transport and Highways, Table and Chairs. Morning, Ian. Regarding 11 Beecham Place, if the tables and chairs are placed within the recessed area between the steps along Beecham Place, no license is required because the area is not considered to be a highway. Number 11 is Arthur Morris Opticians. Its display window is in the recessed area between the steps of number 11 and the steps of number 12. It is unlikely that this premises would be using tables and chairs. If it is the neighbouring premises that is putting chairs there, they may be doing so with the permission of the owner of the opticians. Only one premises, number 45 to 46 on Beecham Place, have a licence to place tables and chairs within a terrace on the carriageway. Regards, Karen.
That's the one I can see, I think.
Okay, so that's a parklet terrace. That's separate. Okay, so there hasn't added anything extra. It's just confirmed that it's a private forecourt in the recess, which we knew anyway.
And nobody else has got tables and chairs outside.
No, I think we need to go away and have a think about that one, if that's okay. Right, can we move on?
Can we ask Mr. Al-Mashali if he's understood that discussion? Did you get that, what we're talking about?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay. So you agree there's no other tables and chairs outside except this one exception, which is a pavement extension in the carriageway further down on the other side?
Yeah, it's for outside, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, let's move on now, I think. Right, number 16, please. Can Mr. Al-Mashali and Mr. Dahir confirm that they're happy with all the wording in 16? So the black and red wording and all the extra red wording for number 16.
Yes, it's good for me, yeah.
Mr. Dahir? Is Mr. Dahir still on the call? Anne? On governance, can you confirm whether Mr. Dahir is on the call, please?
It doesn't look like he is.
Okay. Okay. Can you just let me know if he comes back into the call, please? Okay, we'll carry on. Number 17, that was agreed by your agent. Are you happy with the wording of number 17 and number 18?
تعال بسرعة. Yes, of course. All yeah. You have paper.
17. Okay, and number 18.
I'm agreeing with this. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the conditions proposed by noise and nuisance. Are you happy with number 19? This is a standard drinking up condition.
Yes. Okay. This.
Number 20.
Yes, of course.
Number 21. Are you happy with the wording in red? So this is a restaurant type condition.
Yes.
Okay, so all your customers have to be seated and served by a waiter or waitress and eat a meal to have alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted everybody else's views on the second part, notwithstanding the above condition. Do we need that part in? Is there a bar area, or will there be a bar area where you want people to stand and drink before they have a meal?
I don't have bar area. All people stand in the table.
All right, so you don't need that part of the condition. They won't be standing by a bar. Okay, I'll remove that bit. Thank you. Number 22. It's quite a standard condition.
Yes, of course. Everything quiet.
Thank you. Number 23.
Lindsay, Mr. Dahir's back in the meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
My phone died.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. De Gea. We've got up to condition number 24 now.
Yes.
Can I just ask, and if you look at number 24, and I'll be asking Noise and Nuisance why they suggested this condition. So Winston, can you just confirm why you've asked for no drink outside after 9:30? If you just clarify it.
Well, I believe the situation is that if people start drinking outside after 9:30 and it gets into the early hours of the morning, it can cause disturbance because people do not know that they are speaking really loudly. Once they've had a few drinks, their voices tend to go up, and it's a very narrow street, very reverberant street. And my concern is that the noises of people chatting outside could create a disturbance or to neighbouring residential premises later in the night. That was my concern, and that's why
Has this happened? Has this happened to date? Has this been noticed to date, out of interest?
Not at this premises, but in other premises it has.
Okay, fine. Okay, Mr. De Gea, Mr. Almashley, are you happy for number 24? So no drinks outside after 9:30, unless in sealed containers.
Yes, of course. Yeah. After 9:30.
Both of you?
Yeah, it's good for me as well.
Number 25, there's three parts. There's the rubbish, the refuse, and the deliveries. Are you happy with those conditions? Again, they're standard conditions we put on most licenses.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. De Gea.
For me, it's good.
Thank you. Right, I think we can then go to the next page, which is number 28 will be the next condition.
Lindsay, sorry, it's Sharon.
Yeah.
Can I just chip in just before you move on, going back to 24?
Yeah.
There was some discussion at the beginning of the meeting about off sales, and there are no off sales.
Correct.
Is that correct?
We were talking about late night refreshment outdoors, but they haven't applied for off sales, have they?
No, but I believe that the outside area isn't covered under the licensing plan.
So the forecourt doesn't form part of the premises plan, does it? But I suppose
so there could be no alcohol outside there at any time.
Okay.
Other drinks would be a different matter. Can we just go to the plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no forecourt included as part of the licensed area.
That's right. Yeah.
So
are you saying the condition should be, well, no alcohol outside at any time?
At any time.
But Winston's obviously concerned about other drinks being taken outside and noise being a nuisance.
Other drinks, fine, but it needs to be clear that I think the way that the condition is worded at the moment, it suggests that alcohol would be allowed out there up until 9:30, which it wouldn't.
Okay, so we need to word it so no alcohol outside at any time, and no other drinks outside after 9:30.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Sharon, you right with that?
Yeah, that would be fine with us. Yeah.
Can I just check that with Mr. Almashley and Mr. De Gea so they understand that? You can't.
For me, no problem.
Okay, you can't sell drinks outside because it's not part of your area. Okay, Mr. De Gea?
Yeah, for me, there's no problem either.
Jolly good, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 28, please.
Mr. Mazurier, there was a bar area shown at the end, the north top end, but maybe that's just for storage. Could we clarify that?
Wasn't very
Sorry,
big.
Sorry, what are you
True,
talking-
that's what I'm
what
just
are you
wondering,
talking
just
about?
for fun.
Well, he's just confirmed that there won't be a bar area when I was discussing condition 21.
True, but okay, then the plan's slightly out of date.
Yeah.
Okay, and also for Councillor Noor, it looks like there is a fire exit which is separate from the normal entrance. Just to go back to his concern at the beginning.
Yes, I have fire exit. Yeah.
Yeah, I can
So
see
they have
that.
two exits. The main exit, entrance exit, and another one for emergencies.
Yes, then the back. Yeah.
Okay, and that leads to the ground floor into the other premises, the opticians or what?
No, it's like rooftop.
This for rooftop for
Barber.
all the barber shop for because you have
Okay.
business.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely. Number 28. So these are conditions that I've thought of which would be suitable for this type of license. Are you happy with number 28?
I open the music, but not a lot. Yeah,
Not loud.
no lot.
Background music.
Yeah.
Because they had karaoke before, didn't they?
No. I move everything.
Okay.
Small. I have now small speakers, very small. Just
Okay,
for
so it's,
relaxing music.
Okay.
Not for,
okay, so it's background music. I mean, obviously, music is deregulated up until 11 p.m. anyway, but obviously you're asking to be open beyond 11 p.m. So that's why I've kind of added this condition. But obviously the councillors may wish to have a chat with you about closing times in a minute. But you're happy with this condition, but you just want incidental music, which is fine.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes,
Dahir, is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay for me.
Mr. Al-Mashali,
Right.
incidental music, that's just background music, yes?
yeah.
Thank you. Right, so number
No,
29.
No DJ, just music, little bit music. No DJ.
So number 29 is aimed at cigarette smoking.
Just clarify, Mr. Al-Mashali, some music is actually allowed without a license. That's the point. Certain background kinds of music is actually not a question of license. You can just do it. That's what we're talking about. So you may not have any, but you're actually allowed some quiet music.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a clarification in case you missed that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So number 29, this is aimed at people smoking cigarettes rather than shisha. Where will your patrons smoke? Will they, presumably, you're going to put tables and chairs directly outside? Will they be smoking on the street, or will they be smoking at the tables and chairs? Are you happy to limit people to 6 people smoking outside at any time?
No, table and chairs outside. Better in this the people smoke shisha or smoke cigarette. Table and chairs.
So are you looking at condition 29? Are you happy for a maximum of 6 people at any one time to smoke outside on the forecourt area at all times, and for a member of staff to keep an eye on them?
Because my area maximum 6-8 people. From 8 6 minimum. Yeah.
Maximum.
6 to 8 people.
Well,
Okay,
it's
so
smoking. It's the number of people smoking there. That's 6 maximum. Not the number of people standing there, but the number of people.
Yeah, 6
smoking.
maximum. Yeah, 6 maximum. Yeah.
okay, Mr. Dahir?
I agree with that. That's good.
Thank you. Number 30, obviously where people smoke, are you happy to provide some ashtrays?
Yes, actually, of course.
Thank you. And when people do leave the premises temporarily, they can't take glasses or drinks with them. Right.
Yes. Not allowed to go
Yeah.
outside. Yeah. Because it will be no still alcohol outside, of course.
Okay, I might just tweak that in line with the other condition. Okay, number 32, are you happy with that? If you're going to be a restaurant, I wouldn't have thought it would be an issue.
I agree with that.
Yes, I agree, ma'am.
Number 33, you've made reference to a maximum of 60 people fitting in the premises. Are you happy to have a capacity condition? And Sharon, I don't know if you want to chip in here, whether you think that's, or Fiona, suitable.
Yes, maximum, yeah, 16 with the staff, yeah.
I agree.
Thank you. Right, there's just two other points that I wanted to raise. I mean, I can't see that you're going to be agreeable to this condition, but it's something I've just got to ask anyway. Would you be agreeable to a condition whereby Mr. Almashley wasn't involved in the day-to-day running of the premises?
Excuse me again, repeat again, please.
Could we have another manager, another DPS, in other words?
Obviously, all of the evidence presented by the responsible authorities is leaning towards Mr. Almashley being implicated in what's happened previously. So I just wanted to run a condition past you, which you probably won't like, which basically says, would you be agreeable to a condition whereby Mr. Almashley wasn't involved in the day-to-day running of the premises?
Have you understood the question?
I will check for this because I don't know. I've got supervisor or no? Because I check for what this one. No, now I talk for this.
Yes, you understand the question. It's because
yeah,
the evidence suggests responsibility by Mr. Almashley.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, another option would be, irrespective of whether or not you agree to this condition, the committee could decide not to appoint you as designated premises supervisor, which would mean no alcohol could be sold until a new designated premises supervisor became involved. But that just relates to alcohol. This condition would just basically say you couldn't be involved in the running of the business, but I can't imagine that you would agree to that. But obviously, I have to ask the question. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Excuse me, just I want to ask, it would be issue if Mr. Almashley is the supervisor?
Well, we're asking if you are happy to have a condition which prevents Mr. Almashley being involved in the day-to-day running of the premises.
Yeah, because
the question is, what about the DPS? Does that mean he can still be the DPS, but somebody else runs the premises?
Yeah, now he's the DPS because he's on the personal license. But at the same time, they have staff run the business because he's not all the time there. And during the day,
I think it's a no, isn't it, Lindsay?
Yes, it is a no, yes. I believe that is the case.
Well, let them answer. Let them answer.
Yeah, okay. Do you, I suppose in basic terms, do you want Mr. Almashley to be banned from getting involved in the running of the premises or not?
To whom is the question addressed?
Applicant, Mr. Almashley, and Mr. Dahir.
For me, I don't want him to be banned if this is the question.
Thank you. That's Mr. Dahir. Okay. And Mr. Almashley?
I want to be supervisor.
Of course, I wanted supervisor, yeah.
But no bandit.
No bandit.
Okay. Thank you. I understand. Right. I think there's just one final possible
sorry,
condition.
I'm sorry to interrupt here. I'm not clear. Are we talking about Ms. Lemouzourier? Are we talking about the designated premises supervisor potential replacement or a manager replacement? I'm not sure that's clear.
I think it's a general condition, which I haven't got the exact wording for, which would just prevent him basically entering the premises and being involved in the day-to-day running of the premises.
Well,
DPS or
can't
not.
you enter and not be responsible for running it?
Yes. So not to be responsible for the running of the premises.
But he could enter.
Well, he could
wash
enter,
the dishes,
yes,
for example.
obviously.
He could wash the dishes just as long as it's right. So can we just make sure that both Mr. Dahir and Mr. Al-Mashali have understood that's what we're talking about, not about the DPS?
Yes, because they've just said no. Obviously, it's within your power.
I'm not sure they understood the difference, though. We're talking about a manager, not the DPS. Was that understood, Mr. Mashali and Mr. Dahir?
The manager, of course. Every time I change the manager. When I see nice manager, okay, I keep it in my place. But I see no good manager,
So it is possible that you will not manage it, somebody else will manage it.
Yes. But sometimes I'm troubled. Sometimes I look at my family because I speak for. I have two small children. No, my children 2 years and 3 years. See now behind me in the camera.
Okay, I think they answered earlier that they wouldn't want to be prevented. So I think we need to go away and have a think about that. So. Moving on.
So may I just follow? So is it clear that that it would mean that Mr. Al-Mashali would never, but would not manage at any time, but always somebody else? Management. That's trying to make it. It's not clear to me. It's clear to them. Is that clear? That we are asking if it is possible for Mr. Al-Mashali not to manage at all. He can be the DPS, but not manage. On a day-to-day, on a daily basis.
But if he was DPS, he would be managing, though, wouldn't he? Effectively.
I think they've said no to it. So
okay, well, I'm not sure. I asked myself if we talk about the same person or do different jobs.
I think they've made it clear what their view is.
Okay. Well. Okay. All right.
I think there was
just said different manager.
Right, Chair, are you happy for me to move on?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I think there was one final question which Councillor Schmetterling might want to ask about temporary licence and perhaps opening and closing times.
We haven't looked at the hours yet.
Yeah.
So
look at hours first.
Yeah, you go first.
Are you going to ask about the hours then?
I'll ask about the hours.
Okay. Well, the first, I suppose I'll do the other question. You see, as noticed from the discussion, and this meeting has gone on much longer than I expected, and I'm sure everybody else too. there's been a lot of problems associated with these premises, and the responsible authorities actually do not want us to grant a license. I presume you've noticed that because it's in the papers.
Yes.
So we are faced with this decision, how to proceed in the best possible way. And there is one way as an option which is open to us to do, and that is to grant a temporary license, a 1-year license, to prove to you, the applicant, that you can run these premises responsibly. You get 1 year to prove that. And if that's the case, then you can come back in a year's time and say we have no problems, no complaints, nothing, and then we can look at it more favorably. So we cannot impose this, but the question to you is, would you consider this as an option? And it could be an option to refusal, actually. So it's not a question of grant a 1 year or permanent. It could be 1 year or nothing. I have to put it strongly like this, but that's what we have to look at. So please give us your comments.
We need to make it clear that the applicant has to agree.
Yes, I know. He has to agree. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. We have to agree. We cannot impose it. Mr. Al-Mashali. Mr. Dario.
No, I refused.
Okay, give me chance this year. See me this year. I'm good, and then stand for me my lesson. Give me chance for 1 year. Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
So
good.
just to be clear, you're both happy if the committee are minded to grant a license. You're both happy to agree to a 1 year license. Is that correct? And you'd have to reapply at the end of the year for a further license, a permanent license. Can you confirm that, please?
So, Al-Mashali, will you just reconfirm? You already confirmed, but you can reconfirm the question, Miss Namazuria just put.
I want you to be clear that you'd have a license for 1 year if the committee were minded, and then you have to reapply.
Yes, give me chance 1 year now. Okay, see me 1 year. Okay.
Thank you. And Mr. Dahir?
I agree with that.
Thank you. Right, Hours? You want to take over?
Could I just raise the thing about the hours with the other members of the committee? I was going to propose, because it is a busy area, we have a general midnight policy, but Beecham Place is in quite a night spot busy area. So I was going to suggest that the hours be cut back on Monday to Thursday to midnight, and then that Saturday and Friday you would get to 1 o'clock. So I don't know if my colleagues agree with that, or if you, Mr. Al-Mashali, agree. Doreen?
I'm just thinking what yes, 1 o'clock. Well, yeah, you see, at the moment they want, yes, till midnight. Well, I certainly agree. Sunday to Thursday, midnight closing, absolutely.
Yeah.
On Saturday and so Friday and Saturday. I mean, I don't know that, I'm not been around Beecham Place at 1 o'clock in the morning. And what are the other premises hours? That's the thing I haven't looked at. But they're also shutting it. They're all shut at midnight, don't they?
Do they?
Just have a quick look.
I think
just
we
to make
need
sure.
to ask the applicant's view, because obviously you can decide in private session.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 1:30.
No, the other premises, 2 to 3 Beecham Place, shut on Saturday, 2300. Sale of alcohol, on the premises basement, 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. Most of them, some of them are at 1. Wait a minute, Beecham Place, 6 to 7 Beecham Place is Saturday night is midnight, 00:30. That's indoors. It's mostly midnight actually. It's very few exceptions. It's either midnight or earlier. Although, mind you, one of them, they're not all booze places.
I think for me, for my blessings, for Friday, Saturday, 1 o'clock, 1:30 close.
That's what because I see what you're saying, Doreen, and we can discuss this further when we go into private session. But Beecham Place is not, I mean, people live there, but it's not it is a very lively street. You know, so is the Brompton Road, so is Walton Street. It's not, you know, quite your leafy suburb.
We've had
I'm
problems
just saying,
on Walton Street. We've had problems on Walton Street, I can tell you.
I know we have. I know
Well,
we have.
yeah.
Can I just cut in there quickly? Obviously,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Phelan, go on then.
Yeah, really, Beauchamp Place isn't anymore. I don't think it's not very lively as much as I think we need to get to the point of 11 o'clock. It pretty much does all shut down there. Yeah, okay, there is Marouche down the bottom that's 20 or open until 5 doing food, but there is nothing. We are having issues, obviously, with this complainant, this building. There is nothing else around there that's necessary.
Pizza Mavdora, opposite my place, you close Friday, Saturday, 1:30.
Right, but it doesn't. Yeah, okay, Brompton Road's very busy and stuff like that, and we have got issues on Pond Street and Walton Street and stuff like that. So we just need to monitor. Beauchamp Place isn't as busy as it used to be.
Councillor Noor, do you have anything to ask or to add before we go into a private session?
Yeah, I think I will go along with the suggestion of, you know, when other businesses shut, whether it's 12 or 1 o'clock. I'm happy to listen the opinion or advice of the borough staff.
Okay.
Can we just get clarity? Did the applicant agree? Was he amenable to midnight on Sunday to Thursday?
They've actually only asked till 12:30 till 11:30 on Sunday, but anyway, yes.
No, it's all 1 o'clock. It's all till 1 o'clock. They requested 10 till 1 on the application. And they want to close at 1:30. Same as late night refreshment.
Oh, okay. Well, I would concede on Friday and Saturday. That's what I would do. But you know, we can
discuss that in closed session.
Yeah, we can discuss that in closed session and have more of a thought about it. So I think we've come to the end of this part of the session, and we're going to go into our private session. So I'd like to thank everyone who attended today and everyone who made their submissions, and the applicants and also objectors who were listening in.
The hand up.
We're not going to announce the decision today, but we will send you a summary decision within 5 working days. But because Monday is a bank holiday, you won't get it necessarily until Friday, the 23rd of September. So have I left anything out, Lindsay?
Not as far as I'm aware. Does governance or licensing or anybody have any outstanding issues?
Any other issues?
I think everybody's had their say.
Okay.
From governance, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you
And
very
we'll
much.
now retire to private session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.